What's up everyone, it's your favorite internet roommate. And sorry it's been a while, I've been cooped up in my bat cave, just being a hermit doing extensive research on this topic. Probably creating 40 different timelines with the amount of different approaches I've had to the script. I found myself like 4 different times, and at least twice I became a Miyamoto Musashi meditation, find my inner peace video. Just soul searching. And you're probably wondering, a 30-minute video? On a topic like anime backgrounds? And I know, a long form video talking about a pretty niche and in the background, literally kind of topic. But first off, I know my audience. Y'all are just like me. You still haven't watched that 2-hour long movie that your friend has recommended to you multiple times, but you know damn well you're not gonna have any meal without a 7-hour long analysis on YouTube of a topic you barely understand. And the second reason this needs to exist is because, check this shit out. I've always felt that anime backgrounds tend to be overlooked in the discussion of what makes anime great as a medium. We constantly hear about character arcs, or even designs, or music, or animation. While background art tends to fade into, well, You're watching a 4-hour video essay on anime. Which would mean that you're at least a little bit into anime. So maybe you'd be interested in some clothing inspired by anime culture. From our sponsor, Apari. Apari was my first sponsor on this channel and has continued to support me and this channel for so long now. And I really appreciate that. And if you didn't know, Apari is an artist-owned brand, so everything you see here is original artwork that you can wear. And all the stuff that I own from them has always been really well made. It's always durable and thick and like soft. And a lot of these collections are knitted or woven and at times even embroidered. They have seasonal collection drops throughout the whole year, which this jacket is actually included in their most recent spring 2023 collection. So if you want one of these, I highly recommend you use my link at the top and get yourself some cool stuff. And doing that actually really helps the channel out, so I'd really appreciate it. And if there's anything you can't get because these are seasonal drops and restocks are pretty rare, then I highly recommend you follow Apari at these links, and then you'll be able to stay up to date. As always, thank you Apari, and back to your long ass video. But backgrounds are far more than just the scenery that our characters happen to be existing on, especially in a medium like anime. The backgrounds in anime are actually one of the most unique things about anime as a art form. One of the main things I noticed really early on watching anime that made it so different from a lot of other art forms was this focus on the backgrounds. Even in the most random whatever anime, you'll always get this focus on the environment and these sweeping shots that just take this moment of quiet to breathe in the scenery. Maybe that's because Japan as a culture has always had this deep appreciation for the environment, or maybe it's to show love to the background artists as this is their time to shine. But also because this is animation, everything has to be drawn, that most likely means that everything you see on screen is made with a purpose. To say backgrounds are just the place where the action happens strips away this huge pivotal storytelling element that anime has as a medium. These backgrounds are literally the worlds these series take place in. They not only set the mood, feel, and vibe of particular scenes, but they also narratively emphasize our characters, because knowing where a character comes from helps us understand them more. But backgrounds are also framed in ways to help us understand what a character is feeling without saying anything at all. You don't need a single line of dialogue to look at the way this scenery is framed to understand that our boy, he's going through it. This background emphasizes his loneliness and isolation. More than half the reason why I love Ghibli films is because they give me this whimsical, childlike feeling, which comes from the background art. Those sweeping, vast shots that make your stomach drop and make you hold your breath because you almost feel what the characters are feeling. I will never forget being young and watching Castle in the Sky and then having this yearning to explore this ancient fictional place. And I'm sure a lot of you can relate to that. Anime backgrounds can give you this feeling of childlike wonder. They can make you feel horrified at the scale of something or the otherworldliness of it. And they can make you feel cozy and warm, like you can just take a deep breath and relax and escape into this world that these background artists created. Let me tell you a few goals I have with this video. Obviously, we're going to talk about some beautiful anime background art and why it's great, but also I want to get these names out. I want to talk about the art directors, aka the head guys when it comes to anime background art. And I'm actually going to cover multiple anime from every single decade. And while I will cover some history, this isn't exactly a history breakdown. I'm not going to be talking about oh, they used this type of brush and this type of paint here and this type of here, none of that. It'll be more a retrospective of the type of aesthetics that we see in background art throughout the decades. A celebration of aesthetic, if you will. And if I get anything wrong, you can always let me know in the comments. But if there was a single ultimate goal I have with this video, it is that I want to create this ultimate vibe. These anime backgrounds tend to make me feel very chill and just put me in this relaxed mood, so I want to create the most chill video I can. So for one, while usually in my videos, I tend to use the green screen in very expressive ways. You'll see me doing all types of I'm gliding, I'm flying, I'm doing a bunch of green screen fuckery. But I want the focus to be on the background, so I don't want to do any crazy effects because I don't want the backgrounds to be, well, in the background. This is the focus, so I will be chilling. Super chill jutsu! I'd like you all to meet my extremely wise basset hound. His name is Milo. He'll be joining us on this journey across the decades. Do you have any words to say about anime backgrounds? Interesting. Shout out Mamoru Oshii for creating basset hounds. He'll be joining me for this chill adventure as I feel his presence only adds to the chillness of this video. I've also made sure to compile the ultimate chill soundtrack playlist for this video. And as always, I have the music in the description for you to check out if you really need to. But without further ado, let us bump some Dilla and get into the decades of anime background art. Now, while anime dates back to the early 1900s with things like propaganda films, I wanted to begin in a really clean way, so we're actually going to start at the 60s with Astro Boy. These early years of anime tend to have less anime coming out, and thus less unique art styles. I'm saying... This was not a good idea. Okay. I'm saying all this because as we go through the 60s, you'll notice a pretty similar type of style, but as we go down, especially in later decades, more unique styles will begin to pop up. But in general, 60s background art is very minimal and simple. Most TV anime backgrounds were black and white and not a lot of crazy detail on anything, but just enough for you to understand that oh, this is a dresser, this is a framed photo, these are bushes, these are trees. Nowhere did I feel with these type of backgrounds that they were bad or horrendous to look at, but just more that there wasn't that much to really talk about. And while I've mainly been showing you Astro Boy backgrounds, a lot of early anime from this time pretty much do this same kind of look. Whether we're talking Gigantor, Big X, or Eighth Man, the style that Astro Boy created with its backgrounds was
pretty much the norm. And I do want to stress, that's just kind of what I observed from seeing a lot of these early 60s anime. I personally didn't see too much of a difference in aesthetic of the backgrounds when I went from Astro Boy to the rest of the series. And this could be for a lot of reasons. I mean, this is really early on in the TV anime medium, so there probably wasn't yet this huge pool of talent or innovators to really draw from.
But while unique backgrounds weren't aplenty, that doesn't mean there weren't any at all.
Even this early on, we were experiencing unique and influential art styles for anime, and of course, background art. Because this same year in 1963, Toei dropped the film The Little Prince and the Eight-Headed Dragon. Where it's pretty obvious that the budget was much bigger than your typical TV anime. And with that came far more room to experiment and express themselves. You can see this just by a glance at the backgrounds. While yes, obviously they're in color, but also they're far more stylized and unique than anything coming out really this whole decade. Even just looking at the trees in the background, the way they twist and contort is already interesting to look at. And if you know anything about the narrative of this film, it's very much based off a Shinto myth, and thus the main aesthetic of this film and its backgrounds are also heavily inspired by Shinto. Just look at the colors, look at the minimal but stylized way everything is drawn. Look at the way these clouds are drawn, where you can see all the little swirly lines. Look at this very minimal way this water is drawn here. It's clear that Shinto art was a huge influence on the backgrounds of this film. It's not trying to resemble real life in any way, but more of a painterly approximation of things. Everything in the background, whether it's trees or plants or whatever, don't look drawn. They almost look like they're cut out paper and just plastered onto the background. It feels like I took too many shrooms and then lost my mind and then walked into a painting. I'd say the best thing about these backgrounds are definitely the use of color. The palette they use on these backgrounds throughout the whole film just gives everything this sort of like surreal, trippy kind of vibe, but the colors also help distinguish and give every location its own vibe. You got this mystifying light purple here that just helps this place feel all divine. The red and yellows here, the blue here with these pillars. Even in this dark cave, all the little foliage is full of vibrant colors. But some of the best sequences of background art are at the very end of the film. You see all this ravaged land and dark and drab colors begin to heal. Gorgeous greens, lush pinks, sparkling blue water. It's an absolutely gorgeous transition of scenery. And that surreal, trippy vibe comes back in like full force with these shots of these flowers just sprouting back to life. What I really find cool about the backgrounds and I guess whole aesthetic of this film is not only that even this early on we're getting such a unique looking series, but the fact that this film's backgrounds and whole style became super influential. The creator of Samurai Jack said himself that this film was a huge influence on Samurai Jack's aesthetic. And it's also been confirmed that Wind Waker was also very much inspired by this film. And that's just so cool to me that background art even this far back is already making a touchstone. Now, while those really early years of anime backgrounds don't have too many unique styles, it doesn't take long at all for the artistry of backgrounds to start making huge shifts. And one of the key things that is important to that progression is the introduction of color. In 1965, we get a very important release with the very first colored TV anime, Kimba the White Lion. This is important because color adds so much to background art and changes things completely. And even here on the very first one, these colored, beautiful landscapes already give me that warm feeling in my soul, just through the way the color was painted on, whether it's with these pale yellow grass fields, or all these dark green vines flooding the screen, or the beautiful wispy way these clouds are drawn. Despite being the first one, the backgrounds still make it feel special to see the animal kingdom roam these landscapes. While yes, the backgrounds still don't have a crazy amount of detail or anything like that, but still, with color comes more expression. Without color, it's hard to make something like a cloud or like a sky look unique to another, but with color, you can take a more painterly approach to things. You could use a unique color to express something. You look at something like Sally the Witch. The earlier episodes didn't have color, and it's kind of hard to differentiate these backgrounds to Astro Boy's backgrounds, at least in terms of style. But when later episodes gained color, the difference is staggering. Now the show's backgrounds and world have much more of an identity. Point is, color is a huge factor in the progression of anime backgrounds. But of course, don't let that make you think that without color, you can't do something unique and different in terms of background art. Because by the later 60s, even the black and white anime start to do some unique things with their backgrounds. Another kind of obvious important factor to the progression of anime backgrounds is the talented artists behind them. And actually, we have one of the GOATs, if not the GOAT, of anime backgrounds' earliest credits here in the 60s. The 1967 Cyborg 009 and the Monster Wars film. Almost all the scenery in this film looks like a painting. And that stays consistent despite the wide range of different architecture you see in this film. There's deserts, there's European architecture, there's Japanese architecture, you got castles too. A lot of this looks more like something that would come out in the 70s. And some of the color choices made with the scenery in this film are just amazing. What can I say? I'm a sucker for like a good pink daydream-like sky. And if you're coming into this vid already kinda knowing a thing or two about anime backgrounds, then I'm guessing just by looking at the way this tower is drawn in the scenery, you can already pick up on one of the 3 people who worked on this. One of the art directors for the backgrounds of this film is the legendary Shichiro Kobayashi. This man is gonna be brought up a lot. He's kinda the GOAT when it comes to anime backgrounds. And while yes, you can already tell just by looking at the scenery for this film, I mainly brought it up just to highlight some of his early work. Trust me, you haven't seen anything yet. Dude was so talented that just a year after this, he would establish his own studio called Kobayashi Studios, where he would be, of course, the main art director. For some of those you don't know, with every anime, the background artists actually aren't just like one guy. It's usually like a whole studio. There are whole teams made just for background art. And the art director is usually the lead of this background team, being basically the director of all the background artists and kind of the one who has the final say on what the background should look like. I mention him starting this studio here because it's going to be like the genesis of so many talented future artists. Another important factor that heightens the artistry of anime backgrounds is anime willing to tackle so many different types of genres with animation. Even this early on, they were already trying to take anime in so many different approaches. Because even way back here, Japanese studios understood that animation can be enjoyed by anyone at any age. We already start to see anime that gear more towards adults and thus have darker aesthetics. And this is important because with an anime that has a darker subject matter, obviously the backgrounds and thus the tone and vibe need to match that story. One of the more popular cases is 1969's Dororo. While not in color, there's just a lot more focus on things like detail and making things a lot more realistic looking. Just look at these statues that make up the scenery of this very first episode. They're far more sinister and obviously trying to invoke a more horror kind of vibe. And look at things like the lighting and the shading. The scenery is filled with these harsh blacks that helps everything feel so much more serious. And while Dororo was the first one, I think another great example of this is 1968's Sabu to Ichi Torimono Hekai. Or for my gaijin who didn't read the Ninjago manuscripts, Sabu and Ichi's arrest note. This was a 52 episode series revolving around murder cases. And the art director for these backgrounds, well, I won't mention him much anymore after this. It's kind of an anomaly, so I kind of do want to bring him up. The art director for these backgrounds was Rintaro. And again, for my gaijin that don't know the lore, this dude is kind of like a legend in the anime industry. But the thing is, he's way more known for his directing work, as he directed things like Harlock and Galaxy Express, but we'll get into it more. But weirdly enough, he has one art directing on backgrounds credit, and it's with this anime. And not only do these backgrounds create a very serious, darker tone similar to Dororo, again, you're getting those harsher blacks, a darker, grittier tone, and something that feels more akin to like a horror film. And you can tell that they are pushing the absolute limits of what you can do with black and white background. The scenery at times will be painted in like a very like sketchy, kind of like scratchy kind of way. And the backgrounds are even used to do more cinematic type stuff. For example, you'll see something like rack focus, where one moment the camera focuses on the scenery, but then it blurs out and then focuses on the characters in that scenery. The first episode opens up on a huge thunderstorm that is shown in various angles. It peeks through in this really cool shot with the barred window. And from the jump, you're already getting like really cool scenery transitions. You see this dude's teardrop, then transition into a raindrop from a leaf that goes down into a puddle, which then that puddle shows a reflection of more of the town just kind of passing by. It's just crazy how quickly anime was already starting to set itself apart and just further the abilities of animation. But when it comes to 60s anime, we have to end off on the absolute peak. And that is with the film Horus, Prince of the Sun. And if you take just one good look at it, the heavy focus on extended shots of luscious environments, landscapes and nature and the animals running through it, the way how even ruined environments can still hold a beauty to them, the points where you just want to hold your breath because of how beautiful it looks. Oh, I'm feeling that childlike whimsy, people. This is the first time that the two founders of Ghibli would work on film. On scene design and key animation, you have Hayao Miyazaki, and directing the movie is the co-founder of Ghibli, Isao Takahata. And our art director in charge of these backgrounds is Mataji Urata. Get ready, because for the rest of this video, I'm going to try really hard and probably fail at not mentioning how great Ghibli's backgrounds are. Because we know, but we have to talk Ghibli when it comes to background. Even as early as their first film, the world they created here is breathtaking. The opening shots of this film are still drop-dead gorgeous. These huge grand mountains, this stunning blue sea. It's set in Scandinavia, so you get plenty of scenery of ice-topped mountains reflecting on the blue water. Ooh, Norse aesthetics, Skyrim, Skellige, and Witcher, you know, all that. But pretty much all Ghibli films have that one scene where the backgrounds take center stage, and it's usually the most evocative moment of the whole film. Think Nausicaa when they find that whole underworld of the toxic jungle, or that magical train ride in Spirited Away. In this film, it's when Horus comes across the ruined village. Everything is destroyed and partially submerged in water. There's this lavender, moody color palette to everything. I love the choice of making the village all wooden, because it goes to emphasize that DIY, this idea that these villagers built these homes by themselves, which makes seeing it now being washed away feel that much more heavy and intimate. You got this scenery along with the beautiful music and the sound of like distant bird noises. It all helps sell this moment. And it allows this background art to convey so much to us. And these moments of quiet where the scenery takes the focus, that happens a lot in Ghibli films, is actually a philosophy that Miyazaki would coin in later years. He described it as the sound between the clapping of your hands, which in Japanese has a name. It's ma. Miyazaki believed that Western animators are scared of ma, and they have to keep making that clapping sound, or they'll lose their audience. But Miyazaki directs his films so they intentionally live and breathe in this ma. And that's something that I feel not just with Ghibli, but a whole lot of anime. But we'll get into more examples of that as we go on. Now, while obviously the 60s doesn't have as many unique art styles for its backgrounds, but I love that even here we're already starting to see anime backgrounds, and of course anime in general, progress as a art form. And as we move on to the 70s, it's only going to continue to push that ceiling. From here, we will pretty much be accelerating with the amount of different unique art styles and backgrounds that will come about. The 70s is where anime fully finds its own identity as a medium, as the 60s was more about anime crafting that identity project to project. A lot of younger talent at this time was put to directing work, and with that comes a lot more experimentation and distinct styles, which also means more diverse aesthetics to the backgrounds, and now pretty much every anime background is in color. A lot of these just kind of look like paintings, and thus a lot of backgrounds even this far back still hold up today. And speaking of holding up even today, a film that was released in 1973 that is not only super unique for that time, but also now, is Belladonna of Sadness. Now, as I want to focus more on background art, I don't want to talk too much about like narrative or the plot of a series unless it has something to do with the background art. I want this video to be about background art and not just be me like doing, oh, here's a bunch of mini reviews. But with this one, I do want to bring up a little bit about the narrative, because like the fact that this came out in 1973 is kind of crazy. And this film is like super progressive, especially for animation, but like in general too. It's based off a novel that talks about the whole witch hunts from back in the day. Basically how whenever a woman wanted to speak out about how they were clearly mistreated, the powers that be would use things like religion to then write off anything because, oh, they're a witch, to then discredit the abuse or any clear problems the women had. And this anime covers the story of a woman who goes through pretty much just that. Also be warned, the bad thing happens to her. I don't think I can phrase it any other way without being demonetized, but yeah. Granted, they do go about showing it in a more artistic way versus outright, but still I think the warning's fair. But then she uses her sexuality to then give her powers, which helps her in a lot of ways do positive things to the world and the people. And without spoiling too much, it has a pretty hopeful ending that is very inspiring. Maybe I'll make a video on it in the future, but I'd recommend you check it out. It's pretty interesting. Not perfect, I'll say, but definitely pretty crazy for the time. But as for backgrounds, this film is super art house. It takes place in medieval France and its art director was Kuni Fukai. He won't be mentioned much because he hasn't really done anything outside of this. Now, I'm not too sure about the budget on this film, but it doesn't seem like it was too crazy. And thus, moments of animation are very sparse, but it uses its limited animation as a strength. And ultimately, it makes this film such a unique experience, even just looking at the background art alone. Most of the film is really just background art. It'll basically take a still painting and just kind of pan over and narrate over that. They're beautiful and colorful and almost look like bare bones sketches. Other times you'll just get these holy shit watercolored paintings, which take pretty huge and frankly obvious influence from Austrian painter Gustav Klimt. These styles make up most of the film's backgrounds, but there's points where things get even more experimental. The film's backgrounds jump from art style to art style and make certain moments feel so visceral. Look at this scenery. This shit looks like a prog rock, art rock, alt rock album cover. I can already hear Melon telling me about the grooves on this album. But just look how surreal looking this is. It's barren, it's stripped back, and it feels desolate. But then the backgrounds will go into a Beatles Yellow Submarine 70s drug trip sequence. Look at this, the flashing colors and images. I can't believe this is also in the film. But I think the best use of the backgrounds in this film is its artistic interpretation of the Black Plague. It's all represented through background art. You see this huge wave of black sludge, and then we see that sludge literally melt away villages and architecture and society. It's a horrifyingly bleak but super inspired way to show a real-world tragedy with nothing but background art. It's background art at its best when it's being used to convey something that feels just as if we're actually seeing the real thing happen. Till we're again looking at a prog rock album cover. This film is a marvel in terms of aesthetic and background art, and was so awesome to find this early on. And this melting imagery just gets that, and I gotta hit you with the obligatory wow moment.
Let's just admire this for a little bit. Wow.
If you're cool with the warning, definitely check this film out. If not, at least check out some cool images of it on Google. It's got great art and you should definitely look at it. Okay, so this is the part in the 70s where I mention multiple anime from a specific production company, as it's kind of important for not just animation, but also backgrounds. We gotta talk about World Masterpiece Theater, which a lot of people basically see as proto-Ghibli. It's basically a long-running series of anime adaptations of classic Western literature. It was produced by Nippon Animation starting in 1969. They take a classic Western novel and then just turn it into a about 50-episode anime. And with a lot of these anime, not only do you get amazing background art that still holds up to this day, a lot of important names worked on these backgrounds, some of them doing a lot of their best work on a lot of these. But also techniques were done here that would go on to accelerate and inspire the industry. One of the big ones was in 1974, Heidi, Girl of the Alps. Just looking at these backgrounds, man, oh my god. Rolling lush green fields, the comforting, almost storybook little towns, gorgeous snow-capped mountains, old abandoned architecture. Just look at this sunset, look at these towns, look at this field of flowers. It's that Ghibli vibe, it's back, baby. Once again, on the credits, you'll find the two founders of Ghibli. Same thing as last time, Isao Takahata on directing and Miyazaki on scene design and key animation. And most namely, a job title called Layout. So this is kind of huge for backgrounds. The job title Layout wasn't completely a thing just yet. The title popped up here and there in various ways, but at least from what I found, Heidi is the point where like it got solidified and really began to spread through the industry. Okay, so before layout became a thing, you would have the storyboard, and then from the storyboard, you'd make the final animation. And the background artist would just work episode to episode to adapt to that animation. But now with the layout system, it created a new step between the storyboard and the final animation, which is this. It's basically a blueprint, skeletal structure, guiding line of how the animation should move. And thus, it created a new relationship between key animators and background artists. In this case, Miyazaki was in constant contact with the art director, Masahiro Ioka, who also does the art directing on the backgrounds of Anne of Green Gables. This layout system allowed his backgrounds and really the whole industry to thrive much smoother. Now, the animation would have to adapt to the backgrounds and not the other way around. Ultimately, this layout system was one of the most important things to happen in the background scene. Needless to say, the scenery here is hugely influential. Even later Ghibli films would use Heidi as a reference, directly tracing layouts from it. Another cool thing about Heidi is it's one of the first popular cases of a scouting trip. Miyazaki had this goal of anthropological realism, so the team took a scouting trip to Germany and Switzerland, so they can fully capture the vibe and look of the backgrounds that would be depicted in Heidi. What really stole the show for me in these backgrounds were the vast hilltop shots. The long winding road, the houses way in the distance, and just what a huge influential touchstone for animated backgrounds. Another proto-Ghibli world masterpiece theater anime that also used a scouting trip was 1977's 3000 Leagues in Search of Mother. Person art directing these backgrounds is known as Takamura Makuo. Now I'm going to tell you this right now. Kobayashi will be the star, if you will, of this video, as he is not only the GOAT of background art aesthetically, but he's also very influential in the scene. But in these early years, Makuo is, to me, just as important. He actually started around the same time as Kobayashi. But I mean, just look at his previous amazing art directing work on Karate Master, as an example. He was even on the background team for Heidi, and now he's art directing Marco. So clearly they saw something in him back at Heidi. He has that same ability as Kobayashi of making these basically paintings for backgrounds. But while Kobayashi, I feel, he leans more towards on like impressionism, and Makuo, I feel, is more focused on reality and capturing that detail. And here he brings Italy to life. Just the architecture of both the neighborhoods and the churches is beautifully structured. The many clotheslines hanging from apartment to apartment, they're just flowing in the breeze, and it adds this whole sense of a living world. The city near the coast with the various boats, it helps you feel and just smell the sea breeze. I love seeing all these alleyways just flooded with people just conversing with each other. It helps the backgrounds feel lively and like everyone in this little neighborhood knows each other and are friendly. The constant shots of the rooftops and their proximity to each other just makes me urge with the feeling of just wanting to jump from rooftop to rooftop. But after Marco's mother leaves Italy to go to Argentina and then stops sending letters, Marco then decides to go off on a journey to Argentina in search of her. And it's from here we get glimpses of other locations and just full-on explorations of other parts of the world. You see scenery shots of the Canary Islands, you see the Dakar Harbor in Africa, and of course you get Argentina. And much like Heidi, the team, Takahata, Miyazaki, and of course the art director Takamura Makuo all went on a scouting trip for this anime. They specifically went to Italy and Argentina, and from what I found, Makuo was just strucken by the atmosphere and lighting of Italy, and that's what he wanted to capture in his backgrounds. I've never been, so any of my viewers who happen to be in Italy, let me know how well this captures the vibe. Before I go into yet another masterpiece theater anime, I want to talk about an anime that has a pretty much legendary team-up that then leads up to a world masterpiece theater anime that also has this team-up. And that would be 1975's Adventures of Gamba. This has art direction, once again by the GOAT, Shichiro Kobayashi. But assisting him in art setting is Kazuo Oga. This is our first time mentioning Oga. He will be kind of important throughout this whole video. He studied under Kobayashi as he is part of his Kobayashi Studio background team. Another pattern you're going to see is that anybody that was from Kobayashi Studio that, worked under him will also go on to do like goated shit. And these two work together on multiple things, and each time they do, they make like the most screenshotable like scenery shit you've ever seen. Gamba's backgrounds give me this cartoony, almost comic book feel. I love how you can see all these sketch lines and like brush strokes. It gives the entire series backgrounds a real like scratchy texture to everything. Also, the color palette is magnificent. I'm gonna talk a lot about how much I love like a pink skybox throughout this whole video, but I really want to stress that like the 70s and 80s backgrounds, they have like some of the best like pink skyboxes. And I mentioned before that Kobayashi's backgrounds have much more of a like impressionism style to them, but I feel like he really leans into it in Gamba. There's points where like, look at this. This is just Starry Night. Like, but if you think they killed it here, well, boy, do I got another series for you. They would work together again on a series in 1977 called Nobody's Boy Remi. I welcome you to... I welcome you to scenery porn. There were so many points when I was just watching this series that I had to pause and just allow myself to be speechless at the background art. All the colors are warm and vibrant. The oranges and yellows and pinks are all just so comforting to look at. This is the anime to go to if you want just beautiful depictions of pastoral countryside like farmland. In various seasons too. You'll see it blanketed in heavy, gorgeous snow that'll just make you want to drink like a hot chocolate or something. I don't know what you fucking drink. I didn't fucking ask. I'm sorry, that was mean. But you get to see it downcasted in a heavy pouring rain during a storm. From the animals to the farms to the old decrepit ruins, this anime's got it all if you fuck with this kind of aesthetic. And no more do I feel at home than in the farmland backgrounds with these leafless dead trees and the aged yellow grass, the old cottages. I I spent way too much time in Westfall. And since the anime focuses so much on environment, almost every episode you're getting just these beautiful paintings, like panning landscapes, rustic towns, animals bathe in the sun as clouds race across the sky with butterflies dancing on screen. While Kobayashi is extremely adaptable to really any style, I've always favored when he works on more natural environments. Another thing that becomes apparent in this anime is that Kobayashi just fucking loves doing parallax camera shots. He kind of spams it all throughout this anime. For those of you who don't know, a parallax camera shot is when there's multiple layers in a specific shot and each layer is kind of moving in a different direction, I guess you could say. And usually what it gives is a very dramatic, impactful shot, similar to this. And look, I recommend anybody who loves anime, and especially anime scenery, to check out some of these World Masterpiece Theater series. Any of them is fine, but I highly recommend Heidi for how influential it is. But on pure aesthetics, you gotta watch Nobody's Boy Remi. Future Boy Conan is a super important series to background art for a couple reasons. First one being, well, just look at this shit. Whimsy, wanderlust, a clear leaning towards environmentalism. Yeah, so this is the very first full anime series that Miyazaki would solo direct. And another reason is because it has a very important name on the art directing of the backgrounds. The backgrounds in Future Boy Conan were art directed by Nizo Yamamoto. And look, his work here is amazing, these backgrounds are beautiful, but I'm gonna tell you right now, this dude is gonna do some life-changing shit in the future. He is another very goated name when it comes to background art. So this series takes place in a post-apocalyptic world. So already, this is probably the most proto-Ghibli we've ever gotten. It has so much scenery that has that aesthetic that I love, where you'll see signs of futuristic structures or more like modern civilization. And while usually these things tear down nature to be built upon of, now in a post-apocalypse they're in rubble and they're abandoned and they're taken back by nature. I am obsessed with this aesthetic. I don't know if there's a name for it, but anytime I see this shit, I love it. Just seeing more modern architecture covered in moss and being taken down to its knees by nature. It gives me equal feelings of hope, but also melancholy. It's a very perplexing feeling, because one part of me is like, oh man, people used to exist there. But then another part of me is like, well, at least nature can continue living. Something I find really interesting about this anime and its scenery is looking at it in comparison to something like Akira. Any anime fan knows the iconic Akira scenery explosion scene. It's the opening of the film. But a little under a decade before, this series opens up with a similar scene. The very first scene of Future Boy Conan is a very tragic, devastating explosion on all the scenery. And I just love to see how different both these series handle their worlds post-apocalypse. In Conan's case, it focuses more on nature and how beautiful the backgrounds have become now with nature taking more over. Whether it's vibrant flower gardens, beautiful bodies of water, abandoned towns full of moss. This treehouse, oh my god. It's treated as a far more peaceful apocalypse, at least scenery-wise. And I love to see just different takes on what a world could be after a devastating apocalypse. And I'll just say this whole aesthetic of nature taking back ruins and ancient civilizations covered in moss kind of vibe that Nizo Yamamoto depicts in his backgrounds, they don't stop here. And let's just say some of the shit he's gonna do later, oh my god. And finally, we're gonna cap off the decade with A Gathering of Goats, with 1979's Lupin, the Castle of Cagliostro. It's directed by a goat, obviously Miyazaki. Art directing the backgrounds is a goat, Shichiro Kobayashi, but we also have more future-to-be goats on this film also. On the background art team, we have the previously mentioned Nizo Yamamoto, and we have two other names that are important to mention. We have Hiromasa Ogura and Toshiharu Mizutani. So both of these dudes studied under Kobayashi and worked in his background studio, Kobayashi Studios. And with Mizutani specifically, not only did he do background art on Gamba, but he also actually art directed The Rose of Versailles. And if you look at that, clearly this dude's gonna do some great shit in the future. I thought this would be the best place to mention them because from here on in the 80s and 90s, these dudes will go on to also be goats. This film, in terms of backgrounds, is basically a gathering of both old and new talent coming together to show you the peak of 70s anime backgrounds. And there's quite a few different locations, so excuse me as I try to show you all of them and gush over all of them. Of course, you have the signature Kobayashi, heavy, scratchy, Bob Ross field trees. You got these twisting green fields full of vibrant flowers. You got this location where you get these crumbling, moss-covered ruins. The inside of the ruin just has the little debris of the ruin just kind of all over the place. No one bothered to mess with it, just kind of leave it alone. And thus all these beams of light are coming out of multiple areas of the ruin. Just beautiful Roman architecture just now submerged in water. Don't get me started on this garden. Lily pads gracefully float on the water. Moss covers pretty much any structure. But of course, the most iconic thing about the scenery of Castle of Cagliostro is the very Bavarian-style castles. This shot in particular, I feel, comes up a lot whenever I look up anything about Castle of Cagliostro. It's probably the most iconic shot from this film. And my favorite thing about these backgrounds is it just activates that part of my brain that just makes me want to explore everything I see. Like it's a video game. That feeling of ooh, I want to go there and maybe I'll find an armor set. And it doesn't help that the film makes doing that seem fun, with multiple shots of Lupin actually exploring the many areas of the castle. Whether it's the hidden passageways or the rotting dungeon underneath, he's even traversing the rooftops. And the gears in the clock tower? The scenery is basically begging to be explored. I need a Souls game that just has Shichiro Kobayashi art direction on the back, on the world. Look at this aqueduct leading to the castle. I know damn well that I would be running across that, and at the very end there'd be an enemy that's clearly a Bloodborne enemy in a Souls game and thus way too fast for this game, and it just magically appearing in front of me and killing me. Right here, I'd probably find a glowing corpse with an item that's most likely just a nice stinky dung pie. And look at this clock tower. You know damn well there's gonna be some terrible platforming section here. You'd probably have to climb the literal arms of the clock as you're getting pelted by homing arrows or something. Bliss. With a lot of animation, you can always look back at older times and say oh, well, this is dated in certain ways, whether it be movement or fluidity or camera work. But when it comes to background art, even this far back, we can look at multiple landscapes or architecture and it still holds up. This castle, this clock tower, the mountains in the back, the beautiful pink sky. When will this not look good? And that's because while, yes, this could never capture the exact down to the last pixel detail that a camera can, at the end of the day, whether the artists were taking a more impressionism approach with the background art or they were trying to capture reality, what they are is a painting. And with that comes a certain tone, a certain feel, and a different type of expression than just taking a photo to capture reality. These hand-painted backgrounds that were predominantly the way of making backgrounds until the 2000s are absolutely timeless. Overall, this decade was such a huge jump from the last in terms of background art, and as we move on to the 80s, we're going to see even more unique background art styles, as we reach some of the most iconic shit in background art we've seen yet. Let us move on to the 80s. So it's important to preface that in anime in general, this is going to be the most progression we've seen yet. And with that comes also so many more unique backgrounds. And more names for you to remember, and names you already know. Probably gonna do some of their arguably best work here. There's a reason that the 80s is kind of considered the golden age of anime. If the 70s was about anime setting itself apart as a medium, I think this era is when anime even breaks the already glass ceiling that they already basically broke, but now they made another one. Like crazy shit happens. A lot of this is helped by the fact that this is the time when Japan was in a great economic bubble. Japan basically had more money than God, and they could literally do anything they wanted with anime at this time. And you see that not by just how many impactful and influential projects that came out this year, but also how just experimental a lot of them were. There's still backgrounds from this era that I think are in a lot of ways unfuckwittable compared to backgrounds now, in my opinion. I mean, this is during the OVA era, where they could just do whatever the fuck they wanted. This is a great time for anime backgrounds, as anime could be as experimental and artistic as it really wanted to be. Before I get into our next anime, I want to take a little bit to talk about Takamura Makuo. As I said, Makuo is a very influential figure in these early decades of anime backgrounds, and a big part of that is his work done on a series called Galaxy Express 999. So the 70s and 80s are a big part of the anime sci-fi boom. Shows like Space Battleship Yamato, Captain Harlock, and of course, Galaxy Express 999. At first, Makuo was one of the names in this huge background artist team for the first series of Galaxy Express 999. But then, from this huge list, he was the single guy who would then go on to be the sole art director for pretty much anything Galaxy Express related from then on. Whenever I read interviews about him, it was his work that he did across this whole series lifespan that was constantly brought up. It's probably the most influential work he did in the background scene. And I mean, just look at some of these illustrations he did. I mean, just look at these gargantuan craters or these two suns in this gorgeous skybox. The dude is a master of space backgrounds. And while obviously the most important parts of the sci-fi boom are the directors and the creators of these anime series, I think you have to throw in Makuo as a huge part of that, as he is the illustrator and art director of so much of this series, as he's the one illustrating these worlds. But to really show you this man's range of artistry, I want to talk about his work on the opposite of this. And what I mean by that is, while he's great at space backgrounds, that doesn't mean he can't kill it at some natural environments. We're talking the 1983 Isao Takahata directed Gauche The Cellist. This film is set in a rural 1920s Japan. Just beautiful, washed out, watercolored, painted landscapes of the countryside. Even the sky just kind of looks like big individual paint blotches. I just love the look of the paint in this film. It makes everything in the background, even the skies and clouds, have this heavy weighted look to them. Everything seems to be covered in these heavy paint blotches. Whether we're talking these green trees or the blue sky or these white clouds, it's all just so mesmerizing. And I could not mention how beautiful the pink sunset skyboxes look in this film. I gotta hit you with another obligatory wow moment.
Let's just admire this for a little bit. Wow.
Something I really enjoy about the backgrounds of this anime is a big part of the narrative is how talking animals help our protagonist play music better. And so all the backgrounds always usually have animals in them, just existing and thriving in their environment. Moths near lights, cats relaxing, tanukis watching the sunset, birds soaring through the air. But the most impactful scenery work done on it are the I guess you'd call them dream sequences. Basically, whenever Gauche or the band gets like super lost and in the zone with the music. Like at the beginning of the film when the band and Gauche are all playing inside the studio and there's a storm raging outside. As they get fully into the music, the studio just melts away. Now they're outside in the storm. The music and the storm become one. And then they all get whisked away by the heavy winds, but none of them are fazed because they're so entranced in the music. Until Gauche makes a single mistake and boom, we completely lose that scenery. And this is what leads Gauche to then go home and practice on his own time. As his teacher tells him, he doesn't want him to just play the music as it's on the sheet. He wants him to get into the music. He wants him to feel it, get lost in it. And it's when Gauche is practicing on his own and he gets super into the music is when we get these amazing backgrounds. His dark, mundane room that's only lit by this small, impressionistic looking light all melts away. And then the backgrounds turn into this forest with these gargantuan trees. Or my favorite background from one of these sequences, when it turns into this flower patch with these little mice gliding across the sky on dandelions. And then that turns into this beautiful half shot of one side being this beautiful shot of the village, and then the other a nighttime hilltop with this tree. Obviously, aesthetically, this is great because, I mean, look at this. But also because it's such a great, intimate way to use your backgrounds. Because it's a beautiful way to show how when you have passion for something, you give it all your heart and soul and you get lost in it, it feels like you're in a dream sequence, like you are somewhere else. And choosing the scenery to be nature, I think, also works kind of narratively. The song they're practicing in the studio is Beethoven's Symphony 6. Beethoven is kind of known for having his music be inspired by the natural world, and this arrangement that they're doing is known as the Pastoral Symphony. And so using a pastoral setting and a nature dream sequence works really well in that way. Overall, this film uses its backgrounds gracefully to show us what having passion for something could look like. Now, before we get into the next anime, I want to tell you a little bit about its art director, Mitsuki Nakamura. Pretty much a vet in the background scene as he's been doing it since the 60s. He was the art director for things like Speed Racer. But why I mention him and what makes his previous work so important to this next anime is that he was the art director for series like Hutch the Honeybee, an anime that focuses on the world of bugs but isn't afraid to show the darkness of the dog-eat-dog world of nature. There's some dark shit in this anime, even in terms of background. He also art directed backgrounds for sci-fi series like the original Gundam and Crusher Joe. All of this is great stuff, and it all makes sense as to why he was chosen to be the art director for his magnum opus of background art. Cause Nakamura is the art director of the Ghibli film that isn't a Ghibli film, but it basically is 1984's Nausicaa, The Valley of the Wind. I want to stress that, even in general, but especially with background art, a Ghibli staff credit, that means a lot. They do not just, take anyone. This film is completely directed by Miyazaki. He's also the creator of Nausicaa, and it was up to Nakamura and the background team to depict this world. This whole world feels vast and mostly empty because it takes place in a post-apocalypse, but the scenery is used really well to show the world's mythology and history. Incoming spoilers for parts of Nausicaa. In the beginning, we learn about these man-made giants who were the cause of the apocalypse, and then later when we see the carcasses of these giants completely swallowed and taken by the fungi of the toxic jungle, it makes sense. We have context for the scenery. But it's not all bad. You still get that nostalgic, homey atmosphere from Nausicaa's village. It really reminds me of something from Dr. Seuss. layers upon layers of lush green hills with the buildings, with the windmills that slowly turn as a breeze flows through across the air. You also have the alien beauty of the toxic jungle, full of fungi and oversized plants and oversized bugs just existing and flying across the scenery. The sunlight peeking through everything, the bluish green color palette, and oh my god, when the snow-like particles litter the skies as they blow off the plants, I want to be where Nausicaa is, just witnessing that first person. And it makes so much sense to choose Nakamura as an art director for this world. Through his work on Hutch, we know he's also great at depicting a world for bugs that can both feel beautiful and dangerous at the same time. And him and the background team really delivered here. The color of everything and the scale of everything just makes this whole place feel otherworldly. But the most awe-inspiring scenery is the underbelly of the toxic jungle. This place feels like the complete underneath of the world. Everything is in this pure chrome blue color, and the scale of the ancient trees is unreal. Not to mention the copious amounts of clean waterfalls and bodies of water in general. The atmosphere here is just not like anything else in this film. Overall, this is just ethereal scenery work. Not to mention this setting and the backgrounds depicting this setting are very influential. I can totally see how this world, along with Princess Mononoke, which we'll talk about later, inspired the likes of Breath of the Wild. As I'm sure the toxic jungle here partially inspired maybe parts of the depths. And you know Miyazaki, when he was making Dark Souls and saw this, he was like, I'm just gonna do that and call it Ash Lake. But not only are these backgrounds beautiful, I think they also do a great job at driving home Miyazaki's usual themes of environmentalism. And out of all the films that he delivers this theme, it's between this and Mononoke where I feel they hit the hardest. The first couple scenes do such a great job at establishing this world through scenery, using the scenery to connect us, the viewers, to how the characters might feel. The movie opens with us seeing this old ravaged town. It's covered in this decaying bug silk web stuff. The trees are infected with these sickly spores that have toxic steam coming out of them, just polluting the atmosphere. All the people that live there are now gone. At this point of the film, we, much like a lot of the inhabitants of this world, are probably fearful of the toxic jungle and would rather either stay away from it or maybe even get rid of it if we could. But the very next scenes show us a passage of what exactly happened in this world. It shows us how humans created these giant warriors who then put the world to ruin through a 7-day firestorm. We see scenery of the firestorm. It's full of harsh reds and blacks and completely devoid of sunlight. It's as bleak as you can get. Maybe not as bleak. And from there, the toxic jungle sprung up. And then we meet our main character, Nausicaa, who is very much different from a lot of the people when it comes to how she treats the toxic jungle. Everyone else is fearful of the toxic jungle and would rather do things like set it ablaze and try to get rid of it. Nausicaa instead is intrigued by it and wishes to understand it more. And as the film goes on and we understand more and more about the toxic jungle until we reach that underbelly of the world, where we find out that the toxic jungle is actually cleansing the world and that destroying it would only make it worse. Now we fully identify with what Nausicaa wants to do. We as viewers throughout this film went through an arc of not understanding the toxic jungle and just fearing it to wanting to protect it. And doing most of the legwork to deliver that theme, that message, is the background art. It delivers us that theme of being cautious of immediately writing off and being fearful of the things we don't understand, like nature, and instead try to understand it or protect it. Understanding versus going off what we perceive, which is pretty common with humans. We tend to, instead of trying to understand the world and how some of the things we might do cause harm to it, we continue to set it ablaze and watch the flames burn in pure ignorance. Or maybe they're trying to find an escape, or even accepting its numbered days, because that's easier to do than trying to understand. The big message that this film just makes you feel that this scenery helps so much with is that we shouldn't try to alter nature or try to fit it in our image. Instead, that we should try to understand it and try to fit in it, being one with it for what it is and not what we can alter it into. Yeah, that's that's what a Ghibli film might do to you sometimes. Yeah, nothing more to say. Nakamura's art direction, along with his team on these backgrounds, did a fantastic job at delivering this world and delivering its themes. Now let us move on to what is probably one of the most aesthetically unique and gorgeous anime to this day. 1985's Angel's Egg. This anime's team is just a gathering of, like, gods when it comes to delivering a beautiful aesthetic, doing character designs, and helping with the backgrounds. We have probably my favorite artist ever, Yoshitaka Amano. He's probably most well known for his work on pretty much all the Final Fantasy art, and the actual art director of the backgrounds is once again our GOAT, Shichiro Kobayashi. Yep, he's also the art director for Angel's Egg. I'm sorry. Again, when it comes to background art, this dude's kind of unfuckwittable, and as we go on, you're only gonna see him do more, like, amazing shit. And a name I haven't mentioned yet, but you guessed it, will also go on to do amazing shit. The student of Kobayashi, Shinji Kimura. It's hard to find a good place to begin when talking about how just beautiful this film is, in like every way, but of course even in just talking about backgrounds. To me, the words that come to my mind when I look at it is hauntingly beautiful. The backgrounds have a good mix of detail and painterly impressionism, and it just creates this very uncanny vibe. The cobblestone streets, the gothic architecture, the gloomy rolling clouds, and everything is drenched in rain and darkness. And that darkness comes a lot from the color palette, just full of blues and grays and heavy blacks. The only other color you get is at the very beginning of the film, where you get this tarnished red sky. And speaking of which, the scenery in this opening scene is probably some of the best scenery in this whole film. This strange, like, checkerboard beach with this mechanical, all-seeing eye god with all these praying statues lined up. It's very evocative imagery. Anytime I've shown this film to anyone, they're immediately captured by this opening scene alone. Altogether, these backgrounds give this feeling of a unsettling purgatory, especially when we actually get into this very desolate town that feels like a purgatory. It all just has this very eerie and surreal atmosphere. It also kind of feels like a very murky dream. When I see it, I wonder if things like Hollow Knight's Hollow Nest, or even the City of Tears, was possibly inspired by this. And I'm not questioning at all about if Yharnam from Bloodborne was inspired by it, considering Dark Souls 3's DLC was clearly inspired by this whole movie. But apart from just having really gorgeously aesthetic backgrounds, the film itself takes a real art house approach to its storytelling. It doesn't really have a lot of dialogue. It more focuses on things like lighting and water and shadows and, of course, visual storytelling. Angel's Egg lives and breathes through its scenery. It has a very slow pace, and there's a lot of stillness in the shots. Like, if you were someone who hated the elevator scene in Eva, This goes on for 2.5 minutes. Don't worry though, it does have a purpose. It's when me and my fellow pretentious nerds all take a fat whiff of our own farts. But with this very cryptic way of storytelling, no one has really pinned down what exactly this film is about or what it's going on in it. Even the director, Mamoru Oshii of Ghost in the Shell fame, basically said, I don't fucking know. But he said it in that very, like, wise, cryptic anime director way that I tend to see anime directors say a lot. He basically said that he hopes people will come to their own interpretations. And the only thing to really go off of is the one detail that we know was happening to Mamorushi, the director, while he was making the film, which is that he made it during a time that he was losing his faith in Christianity. And with this very small bit of info, fans have come with so many different interpretations and theories on what exactly is going on. And admittedly, if you do go into the film thinking, oh, a guy was losing his faith when he was making this film, it makes it a lot more, I think, easier to, like, understand, at least. But the fact that you can scour the internet and find all these different theories on what this film means, that's just the power of art at the end of the day. But that's not what we're gonna do, because that has to be its own video. Instead, I want to show how the movie uses its scenery to tell us more about the world. There's two in specific that immediately come to my mind. So just a little bit of context so you understand what's going on exactly. So there's a point in the film where a cool character design guy here tells us about the story of Noah's Ark. But his version is a far more bleak tale than the original. In the original, Noah sends a bird and the bird comes back with a leaf, letting them know that there is land and it's not flooded anymore. But our existential doomer here tells us that the bird never came back and everyone despawned. But the girl denies this and wants to show him the bird. She then shows him this gargantuan skeleton, right? But then as they continue to talk about it, the scenery pans out and shows us the whole surrounding area. And it's full of these giant bones of other animals. And as it keeps panning out, we notice that what they're inside of is a giant ark. And using this scenery, we can assume a lot of things about what this means. That maybe this is Noah's Ark, and that these bones are of all the animals that Noah took with him on the Ark. Which, I mean, yeah, that's very fucking bleak. Holy shit. I don't even really fuck with religion like that, and this shit still felt like very impactful and bleak, you know? I play too many JRPGs, so, you know, I want to kill God! But I can imagine that some of you who are part of the Christianity fandom, this probably, like, hit even harder for you. The other shot that uses scenery to really deliver a good, impactful punch is kind of the whole final shot of the film. And I'll let you know, this is a spoiler, but it's kind of hard to, like, spoil this film, I guess, because, like, you don't really get it, because you really have to, like, watch it to feel it. You know, so as our favorite doomer stares out into the sky, the shot continuously pans out and out and out. It reveals that this whole movie, the checkerboard beach, the city, all of it, took place on an ark that's flipped over in the middle of the ocean. If you love smelling your own farts while trying to figure out the meaning of art, then I think you'll really enjoy this film and its background art. Let us move on to the film that honestly inspired kind of my whole aesthetic of this channel, with 1986's Castle in the Sky. What can I really say? I love a good floating ancient mythical castle that's covered in moss and shit. Look at my PFP. This is probably where it all started. I feel like everyone has that one Ghibli film. Maybe it's not their favorite, but it's the one that, like, imprinted onto them their aesthetic or altered their aesthetic and what they like visually. You got your Ponyo pals, your Nausicaa nerds, your Howl's homies, your Mononoke mongrels. And for me, aesthetically, is right here, baby. I'm a Laputa lad. Let me know in the comments what Ghibli film imprinted on you your aesthetic, your vibe. This is a long video, I need the engagement, please. And also I want to stress that I don't want to cover so many Ghibli films, so I'm gonna try for each decade to only do 1 or 2 at the most. Now, the art director of the backgrounds of this film is someone I've been hyping up for this very moment. It is Mizo Yamamoto, who you'll remember also art directing future Boy Conan, and I feel a lot of the aesthetic of that film also translates very well to the backgrounds in this film. And while he's done amazing work on backgrounds and will continue to do amazing work on backgrounds, I mean, he also art directs later on Grave of the Fireflies. At least for me, this is his best work and probably his most impactful work in the background scene. Needless to say, I love this entire film's scenery. I could talk all day about Pazu's hometown, which is this mining town that was inspired by Miyazaki's trips to the whales when there was a mining strike going on. But you know why we're here. This. Again, I'm always gonna be enraptured by like an ancient floating castle, but the fact that it's also covered in moss and greenery and flowers, ugh. And once again, it's giving me that same feeling that Castle of Cagliostro did, where I want to explore every nook and cranny of this place. I want to smell all these flowers. I want to hang out with the gentle giant robots covered in moss. This titan of a tree in the center of it all, with all the tangled roots just going underneath the castle. Seeing this scenery when I was younger, it enraptured me. My imagination was going everywhere. I believed magic was real and there had to be this castle somewhere in real life, just in the sky somewhere. Why can't we live in a world where ancient floating civilizations exist, huh? Why not? I love the fact that the castle aesthetic itself is very ancient looking, but the thing that's making it float is futuristic. It makes for a really cool dichotomy of aesthetics. And oh my god, before they even get to Laputa, they're constantly showing little sneak peeks of this floating city. That shit had me so bricked up watching this, just waiting for that full reveal. But it's a really well done build up of scenery. And towards the end of the film, when the castle begins floating up into the atmosphere as it all crumbles, it's actually a super long extended shot of this floating city just continuing to exist in the skies, but too far away for anyone to actually reach and use it for evil. Making it such an extended shot, it really hits you. You get feelings of sadness that this beautiful ancient relic is now gone forever, but also you feel reassured that the evils who were trying to abuse it can't do that no longer. That it can continue to be this gem just floating in the sky that we cannot take advantage of anymore. These backgrounds just bring this place to life. It makes this fairy tale place feel real. Or at least it makes me fucking wish it was real, man. I want to explore that shit. But hey, I'll settle exploring it in like a video game or something. Needless to say, I think the scenery in this film is very influential. You can look at something like the Feel Good Inc. music video by the Gorillaz, and I get a pretty strong feeling that this was inspired by Castle in the Sky. I know for a fact that the castle in Ico was inspired by this scenery. And like, probably every JRPG ever probably took inspiration from this scenery. I love the backgrounds in this film. I don't really have too much left to say. This is my home. Welcome to the Internet Pitstop. And before we move on to the obvious absolute elephant, not even that, like the Lovecraftian Cthulhu god Jesus Goku in the room that we will end the 80s on, I want to focus on something a little more blue. Okay, so a little context as to what I mean by Japanimation. So initially when America was, promoting anime to the West, the way they did it was by making it seem like all anime was, or at least the only good thing about and unique thing about anime was that it was fucking sick. It was fucking dark and fucked up, and they called it Japanimation. And a lot of these 80s films and OVAs were a big part of that marketing. It's real, these cartoons aren't for your kids, they'll eat them type beat. It was a silly time for marketing anime. But to kind of give a love letter to Japanimation, I want to cover the moody cinematic blue colored backgrounds of some of these OVAs and films, as I feel it's an aesthetic that really thrives in this decade. And funny enough, a lot of this aesthetic and vibe could be attributed to a single director's work, Yoshiaki Kawajiri. All of this dude's films just revel in ultra violence and gore and just being fucking sick. But something I also love is how he depicts the cities of Japan at night as these dark and grimy and hazy urban dystopias. But of course, these cities wouldn't be possible without the great background teams behind them. And something that I find interesting between all these and even future Kawajiri works is that there is a very much recurring name, which you will remember. It's Kazuo Oga. First off, he's the main art director of the backgrounds of Wicked City, but also he's usually on the credits for a lot of these era's films. He's on the background team for Demon City, he's on the background team for Goku Midnight Eye. If it's this kind of look, our boy Oga is usually there. So it makes sense to me that he would be a pretty key player into making the scenery of these types of films. Wicked City takes it in a far more like sinisterly stylish approach, at least compared to the rest. And I love this shit, man. I hope Japan also looks eternally moody blue at night. And that blue alongside with like red kind of lighting is kind of a staple color palette that Kawajiri uses in a lot of these films. I love seeing the city lights. I love seeing the inside of the bars. I love seeing the nighttime roads as the cars drive through it. It's all just such a vibe that I cannot help but when I see it here. In a lot of these, you'll also find a lot of horrifying depictions of apocalypses and destruction of these urban dystopias. Like from Demon City Shinjuku, for example. Shinjuku has a little bit more of a diverse palette and look. On top of your most usual blues, you also get a lot of use of red, or this graveyard era just steeped in this haunting purple color. There's bones scattered everywhere and spooky trees, and for the most part, it's a fully ruined environment, that's cool. Broken traffic lights that still continue to blink on, really cool like horror movie perspective shots, skyscrapers that have crumbled or fallen on top of one another. This one has the most oppressive air of atmosphere and this feeling of danger in every corner of the city. For fuck's sake, the movie opens up with just amazing scenery shots of the city being demolished. The way these art directors and background artists like Oga can depict these stylish cities just being gnarled and torn and ravaged just makes for truly horrifying scenery work. But when it comes to depicting a destruction of a city in horrifying detail, there is not a single better showing of this than with 1988's Akira. It's a video about background art. We had to end the 80s here. We had to. No surprise at all, there is a lot of goats who worked on this project. A few of which we know from Kobayashi Studios, thus learning from Kobayashi. In terms of the background team, we have people like Hiromasa Ogura, who I said will go on to do some really cool stuff in the following decade, and Shinji Kimura, who also will do cool things but in the 2000s, and a lot of that actually has to do with cityscapes, but we'll get there. Because of course we have to talk about our art director. The art director of Akira was yet another person who started started out working under Kobayashi, and that is Toshiharu Mizutani. I told y'all back at Cagliostro that this guy and Ogura are gonna do some amazing goated shit in the future. For Mizutani, this is what I was referring to, as he is a really key player and big factor of why Akira's backgrounds look the way they do. It still boggles my mind that these backgrounds are as peak as they are, and yet most of this film and all of this scenery is pretty much all hand-drawn, all hand-painted. Right from the jump, the movie opens up with this terrifying scenery shot of the city just being destroyed, which calls back to the unnecessary horrors Japan itself went through. And then we're introduced to the city that rises from these ashes, Neo-Tokyo, which is such a fleshed out and in-depth setting. What I love most about this city is, while in some ways it is a marvel, I mean, it's literally called Neo-Tokyo, is that on the surface it actually has a dark, gritty underbelly. While it may be this glittering, bathed in neon light, fucking holograms for advertisements, futuristic cityscape, past all that grandeur and consumerism, the city is rotting under its own waste. When you pay attention to the scenery from the bottom, the crumbling buildings look like they're on the very brink of collapsing. The backgrounds are claustrophobic with the amount of cracks or graffiti or junk or poverty or constant violence. You're constantly seeing all kinds of chaotic scenes in the backgrounds as well, whether it's riots or police or student protests or road rage, civil uprisings. And I just love how aerial shots of Neo-Tokyo make the city seem more magnificent than it actually is. It awes you with this aerial view of Neo-Tokyo, this futuristic metropolis. It's busy, it's full of life and glamour, but all the street level shots make the city feel oppressive. Like in this shot where it slowly pans down to Tetsuo, someone from the gutters of this city and its many alleyways. And it's anything but a metropolis. It looks like a dump. It's full of litter, it's full of graffiti, it's full of cracked windows everywhere. Look at how the backgrounds portray the school these kids go to. It opens with this shot of the school statue just completely vandalized. No dialogue needed. You know exactly what kind of school this is and what kind of kids go there. There's just so much depth and detail put into this city. And in fact, there's an entire making of Akira on YouTube in full English. And just to be able to see the amount of love and hard work and excruciating detail that went into this city is staggering. And a lot of that excruciating detail comes from the creator and director Katsuhiro Otomo. One of his goals during the production was to make sure that every scene had the same attention to detail. So of course that also goes for background art. These background artists and the art director Mizutani needed to paint every single light, no matter how far away, on these buildings. Whether that window light was super close so they would paint the whole thing, or it was super far in the distance and it would just be a little dot. I highly recommend you watch this behind the scenes, because actually seeing these people just paint these windows one by one is crazy. But apart from how fleshed out the city feels due to the amount of detail, I think one of the things that really gave this city such a unique identity was the color palette, which we have to thank from our boy Mizutani, the art director. Most anime cities, especially at this time, typically used more shades of blue for nighttime shots of their cities. But Mizutani wanted to experiment with a unorthodox color palette. He instead focused in on this city with greens and reds. And not only do I think that that became very influential, but it definitely also made this city feel a lot more alien and just gave it a whole new identity. But some of the best background art in this film is towards the end of the movie when Neo-Tokyo is destroyed once again. You see grand skyscrapers fall, parts of the city being washed away by waves of water. The ground is caving in. Right in front of our eyes, we're seeing a civilization fall to its knees and disintegrate by a white light. And yet there's still these shots that really lean in on the beauty of it. Like this beautiful shot of these clouds kind of passing by in the reflection of this destroyed building. For some reason, it's always stuck with me. I don't know. It's a very intensely horrifying scene that's all done through background art. Needless to say, Akira is a masterclass in background art. And with that, we have reached the end of the 80s decade of background art. A decade of pure experimentation and shattering of glass ceilings. Just to really take in that in this same decade, we got Nausicaa, Castle in the Sky, Angel's Egg, and Akira. Overall, this decade was such a huge jump from the last in terms of background art. But as always, time goes on and we must move on to the 90s. As per usual with each decade, there's going to be more anime coming out, thus more unique anime art styles, and thus, of course, more unique anime backgrounds. This is the decade right after the economic bubble of Japan had popped. While that might mean that we won't get as many Akiras, for example, I still think there's a lot of great, amazing background work done in this decade. The 90s to me is like the very peak of that traditionally hand-drawn, hand-painted kind of aesthetic for backgrounds. As after this, we go into the 2000s and 2010s where a lot more digital elements will be coming into play and pretty much predominantly taking over the background scene, whether it's digital paint or CG, but we'll get into that when we get there. The point is that because this is the final decade where backgrounds are predominantly handled with traditional drawing and traditional paint, I want to just take a moment to get immersed in it one last time and really enjoy these type of backgrounds. We've seen this style of background progress from the 70s all the way to now, and I don't think it can be denied that there's something about hand drawing and hand coloring backgrounds that provides a feeling that really can't be replicated. And that's not to say there's anything wrong with handling backgrounds in a much more digital way. As you'll see when we do get there, there's still amazing work being done that could never be done otherwise. But it's very much in the 80s and here especially where we get some of the most beautiful, warm, watercolored sunsets. I don't know fully why I'm specifying a sunset. It's just for me that, like, no matter how many times I've seen a yellow, orange, or a fucking pink sunset in these eras, it's always stuck with me in a real, like, coming of age kind of way. And I don't think this feel would come across to me as much if it wasn't done the way it was, with hand painting, with hand drawing. Like, take the scenery from this ending scene of Yu Yu Hakusho. This sunset has stuck with me ever since I saw it the first time. It's some of my favorite backgrounds in any anime ever. Not because it's the most lifelike or detailed or anything like that, but more just the vibe, the beauty of the visual connected to what was happening, this ending of this series that I love. The fact that after all this chaos-like imagery in the demon world, we end it all off here with this mellow, comfy yellow sun and the pink-violet clouded sky reflecting on this pale pink water, and all that's happening is Yusuke looking at Keiko. It feels adolescent, it feels youthful, but there's also this sense of finality, like all of that is about to crescendo into adulthood. These backgrounds to me personify the feeling of coming of age. And then you just have this crew that we've come to love staring at that sky. Couldn't have asked for a better ending. But why don't we actually go talk about some anime with these beautiful backgrounds. Starting right at the beginning of the decade, we have 1990's Record of Lodoss War. I'm sure I'm not the only one who loves a good high fantasy setting. And for me, I think they're at their best in this 90s anime aesthetic. I don't know why. 90s anime, high fantasy, just perfect marriage. And I think, at least up until this point, either this or Slayers is probably my favorite depiction of a high fantasy setting in anime. This anime and its backgrounds are just pure D&D in anime form, which actually makes sense. Before this series was adapted into mangas and books and anime, it was originally a D&D campaign between friends. So if you love pure high fantasy in that D&D kind of way, watch Lodoss War. Castles on spiral staircase mountains with a fucking dragon flying on it. Rural lands surrounded by beautiful greenery. Houses made completely of just wood and logs. This fence here is all torn up and not even close to leveled, which just gives you that feel that the people of this village probably had to make this with whatever they had lying around, which greatly contrasts to the backgrounds you see inside of the grand castles in this anime, with staircases that feel endless, like you didn't need a staircase to be this big and this extravagant. The scale and stature of the architecture and the pillars of these castles will make you feel small and insignificant. Beautiful giant fantasy doors that just make me want to go up to them and open them very excruciatingly slow, like I'm a fucking Dark Souls character. Look at this fucking throne room. Like, yes, play that fucking Stormwind epic music sting, please. You get it, these backgrounds are a fantasy lover's wet dream. Because it's got it all. Murky, deep, underground dungeons. Random little caves with monsters in them and all their little belongings. If this was Skyrim, you'd probably find a journal in here and it would tell you some lore about this random monster. You got castles, including ones like this, where they're all dark and scary looking, surrounded by dark clouds and storming lightning and, of course, despawned bodies. Forests can feel full and endless and dangerous. Sunsets can fill you with this sense of adventure. Overall, I think the backgrounds really brought this world of Lodoss that started as a D&D campaign to life. And all these backgrounds were art directed by a name that we haven't mentioned yet, Hidetoshi Kaneko. He's done background artwork and art directing on a couple projects here and there. For example, he was on the background team for Demon City Shinjuku that we talked about earlier, and he was on the background art team for My Neighbor Totoro and Kiki's Delivery Service. So of course, with that Ghibli credit, no fucking surprise he killed it here on Record of Lodoss War. As obviously we're mentioning for the first time here, but as we go on, you'll see his name tied to some amazing background art, both in the 2000s and 2010s. But what if I told you that in this same decade, not only did he do this great art direction on a fantasy-based series, but that he also did two great sci-fi settings. Kaneko is not only the art director for the backgrounds of 1993's Battle Angel OVA, but he's also the art director for the backgrounds of Trigun. And what's even crazier is, yes, they're both sci-fi settings, but they're also two very different takes on a sci-fi setting. The world of Battle Angel is that type of dystopian society where it's like literally the rich living above, like literally the rich elite live above in this floating futuristic city, and everyone else lives down below, surviving off the like literal garbage that comes out of the city above. The city down below is literally just a dumping ground made up of the scraps from the floating city above. And the backgrounds really depict this greatly. The city down below is a sprawling, urban, grimy junkyard. There's pipes and tubes everywhere at points wrapping around other buildings. Black smoke coming out of multiple buildings and polluting the sky. In a lot of shots, the backgrounds of the lower city feel more like a lab than a place to live. Some of my favorite backgrounds in this film are the opening scenery shots of the junkyard. There's this orange, warm sunset backdrop and just this pile of junk that's infinitely getting bigger and bigger as the scraps from the top are constantly going down. It greatly sets the tone for the OVA and explains why the city on the ground looks the way it does. Because the city below looks like a city that was made from the salvaged parts of all that junk that's coming from the upper city. For most of the film, the background color palette are usually very murky tones, usually leaning towards purples or yellowish greens. Something that I don't think is intentional, but I do want to say it because I love making weird references to things. But for me, when I see the city depicted in these backgrounds, for some reason I'm immediately thinking of the album cover of Deltron 3030. Just a similar kind of vibe and look. I don't know. I wonder if anyone else has ever talked about Battle Angel and correlated it to Deltron 3030, like that mix of things. Meanwhile, Trigun's world, known as Gunsmoke, which it's a really cool fucking name. Gunsmoke is also a futuristic kind of post-apocalyptic kind of world, but I feel it's more similar to something like Mad Max, for example, where most of the world is a desert wasteland. Trigun, in contrast to Battle Angel, which had all its futuristic parts of itself being the main centerpiece of the world, the more futuristic stuff about Trigun is only sprinkled throughout the world, more as vestiges of what happened, which makes for a very cool clashing of aesthetics. You'll get these decaying old western towns, but with just in the background there's this futuristic fucking, I don't even know, this looks like a fucking like a Zelda potion bottle or something. Kaneko's art directing and the background team really delivered here as well. These backgrounds not only have such a cool look to them, but they also have a feel of a history, something to hint towards what could have happened to the world of Gunsmoke. The way the backgrounds depict Gunsmoke gives me a feeling that this place is very dry and probably really fucking hot. I mean, there's literally 2 suns, so it's almost as hot as Arizona. I love it here. Overall, these backgrounds from Record of Lodoss War to Battle Angel to Trigun, all of them being done so well while being so different, I think is a testament to the strength of Kaneko as an art director. And crazy enough, you can actually still expect more to come from our Kaneko as an art director as we go on through the decades. We just added a new name to our art directors to follow. Now let's cover some work done by a goated person. We're talking about backgrounds art directed once again by Takamura Makuo, as he art directed the backgrounds for 1992's Sailor Moon. But before we jump into that impressionistic, dreamy look of the Sailor Moon backgrounds, to just show you the skill and range on this man's hands, I want you to check out this opening sequence from the 1987 OVA of Devilman. It opens with a whole sequence of nothing but scenery, showing a beautiful, painterly but very realistic toned prehistoric Earth. Lush greenery, ice-topped mountains, passing clouds, and then we see it all get annihilated. All that stunning painted landscape now full of craters and black smoke clouds. It's dark, it's bleak, it's very real. And then you got Sailor Moon. These were art directed by the same dude. One of the main differences is that Sailor Moon's backgrounds are far more about expression than they are fine detail. But what makes Sailor Moon's background stand out and probably stay in the subconscious of every 90s kid ever is that color palette. Everything is washed in pastels. It creates this dreamlike atmosphere that is very aesthetic. I don't know if anyone's pointed this out, but a lot of Sailor Moon's aesthetic for its backgrounds really reminds me of like 70s city pop album covers. And don't get me started on when it rains in Sailor Moon. Oh my god, the vibes! Cause you get the rain with all the colorful bubbles and all the beautiful pastels. It's so good. And I love how certain colors will be used for certain times of day. Like how night is usually painted in this pastel blue, while daytime is usually painted in this pastel pink. All this stuff makes this place feel like a gorgeous dreamland. Legit though, when talking about this first season of Sailor Moon and its backgrounds, I feel like it's super influential to so many other aesthetics in the future. I think of things like Vaporwave or that kind of rekindling of city pop aesthetic. This is core to the 90s anime aesthetic, I think. I love the usage of pink all throughout this anime's backgrounds. More than half the time, the skybox is painted in pink, and same for the sun. And the city is usually painted in a light blue, and these colors complement each other perfectly. And then you got all those colorful bubbles that I think are supposed to represent lights in this case. That plus all the like sparkling, glittering shine on everything, it just adds so much to the atmosphere of these backgrounds. The backgrounds of this series have just so much personality and identity. But actually, Sailor Moon does take place in a real Japanese district, known as Tokyo Azabu Juban. It's an upscale district, usually known for its trendiness and various street shops. It kind of tripped me out that it's like a real place because the way Sailor Moon depicts it, it just makes it feel like a magical place that doesn't exist, or at least that it can only exist in my dreams. But outside of all the great color choices and beautiful pastels, even the actual objects in the background, whether we're talking trees or buildings, are all drawn in this very like free-form, very weightless kind of way, which also goes to add to making these backgrounds feel like this magical world. And of course, Sailor Moon has many different sequels, but when I think of what fans think of Sailor Moon and its aesthetic, like when people think Sailor Moon aesthetic, I think they think this first season art directed by Takamura Makuo. His beautiful color choices and free-form way of drawing these backgrounds created a iconic look. But very, very, very unfortunately, the story does come with a bit of sadness. This is Makuo's last work, as he did pass of cancer at the age of 54 during his time working on this, which is such a huge blow to the background scene, as he was super influential in these early decades. I found multiple interviews of people talking about how inspiring his work was to them, and I mean, we covered a lot of his great background work throughout this video. I even found this crazy stat that he has. He was awarded the first Grand Prix of the anime popularity contest, specifically in the category of art, and he continued to win that award 5 times in a row, and then that award or the show got canceled, I guess. And so that means for the 5 years that this award existed, he was the only one who ever won in that category. The dude is a GOAT. He started in the background scene around the exact same time as the GOAT Kobayashi, and I'm sure if he was able to live on, we would have not only seen more amazing work, but we probably would have seen him to end up being just as influential as Kobayashi is. After he passed, another member of his team took over on the Sailor Moon backgrounds, but Makuo is still credited on all future Sailor Moon projects, even the ones he obviously didn't work on, because his contribution was that impactful to the aesthetic of Sailor Moon. If you've enjoyed seeing Makuo's work on these great backgrounds he did throughout these decades in this video, I've went ahead and linked his art book, Takamura Makuo, The Art of Animation. You can get it on the link up here or in the description below. Thank you, Makuo, for all your work. Rest in peace. Next up, in 1995, we got the extremely influential Neon Genesis Evangelion. Its backgrounds were art directed by Hiroshi Kato. Which, just funny side note, this picture of Hiroshi Kato, it just, it's very much that, like, Robert Pattinson meme type beat. Who we haven't mentioned just yet, but he's done some background work before this, and he will actually continue to be the main art director for all Eva stuff from then on. I mention that because as I'm talking about the backgrounds of Eva, I'll also be mentioning some stuff from the end of Eva film, because there's some good background work there too. Throughout this series and its sequels, there's a good amount of different types of backgrounds you can get. You have your usual gorgeous painterly cities and more rural areas, and also grim depictions of destroyed civilization. Ruined and dilapidated buildings submerged in water. And of course, this is Eva, so you also have your more experimental biblical references. Crosses everywhere made of lasers, headquarters that's the shape of a pyramid, fucking blood lakes. Look at this shit, man. It's cool. You get all kind of shit. Whether Anno was lying or not when he said that these biblical references don't have any meaning, they're just there to be cool, we can at least agree on one thing. Biblical imagery does look kind of fucking cool. But something I really enjoy about Eva's backgrounds is how good it is at using them to evoke emotions. Even simply using lighting in interesting ways to say something without any words at all. And while I could talk all day about the deep philosophical economic state of the world right now, meaning of the many laser beam crosses, I actually want to go a little more small scale and a little more intimate, and focus on the background art of episode 4, Hedgehog's Dilemma. When I first watched this series, this episode always stood out to me and resonated with me. Everything in this episode is very downplayed, the atmosphere is very melancholic and meditative. It opens with rain, and most of the episode is very quiet. Most of it just being Shinji kind of just wandering. It's an episode that breathes in its scenery, holds its shots, and lets you really live in the backgrounds. It lets you feel the scenery, live in it, and listen to it until it becomes overbearing. A lot of it is used to emphasize Shinji's isolation. While he very somberly and stagnantly sits in this subway, all the people around him in the scenery are completely in motion. The world constantly moving while Shinji is frozen in time. As he's literally even restarting the audio of his little thing. There's points in this episode where the scenery just goes like full-on textbook impressionism, like this. For one, that's just a beautiful screenshot, but also it seems to be a reference to Van Gogh's Sunflowers painting. And when I saw this, I looked up what Van Gogh's Sunflowers possibly mean, and for what I found, they're supposed to represent gratitude. And the fact that in this shot, Shinji's not even looking at this beautiful field of sunflowers, he seems very out of place, like you see him next to the backdrop of the scenery and he feels completely like he shouldn't be here. This could be there to emphasize the point that Shinji isn't appreciating his life, he doesn't have gratitude. And that's what a lot of this episode does. It makes him look so small compared to the world. Whether it's showing us through the world constantly moving without him, or the world being so vast and huge and him just being a small, insignificant nothing. And when you pair this great scenery along with the amazing sound work that's done in this episode, it only goes to emphasize the anxiety that Shinji is seemingly feeling in this episode. This is such a great example of scenery doing a lot of heavy lifting to deliver themes and emotions and feelings, as there's not really a lot of dialogue throughout this whole sequence of events. All of the storytelling is being done through audio and visuals and, of course, the scenery. Now it's time for us to get into the big one when it comes to 90s anime backgrounds. We're of course talking about 1996's Ghost in the Shell. The iconic backgrounds of Ghost in the Shell were done by our boy, Hiromasa Ogura. So yeah, this is what I was talking about earlier when I said that these dudes that worked under Kobayashi will go on eventually to do their own goated work. And while we didn't cover a lot of Ogura's work in the 80s, it does lead up to this, as he was already masterfully bringing sci-fi dystopian settings to life on art directing projects like Appleseed, or another Mamoroshi directed work, Patlabor. Him doing such a great job at depicting the backgrounds here makes a lot of sense when eventually he would go on to do this. When talking about Ghost in the Shell, I'm mostly going to be focusing on the scenery done in Ghost City, because to me it's like the money shot when it comes to background art in this film. I mean, this is a whole scene of just long, lingering shots of this beautifully realized city. The architecture is rusty, it feels lived in, there's decaying buildings in a seemingly polluted environment, and of course a very muted color palette. What I love most about this city depicted in these backgrounds is the contrast of it. You have what's supposed to be a futuristic sci-fi city. It's full of lights and neon flashing signs, constant noise and streams of information to overflow the residents' psyche. But yet at the same time, there's so much dregs of the past in this city. The water and the area itself is full of dirt and grime and litter. There's buildings that seem to still be in like never-ending construction. And while yes, many of the buildings are dense in proximity and information, they're also old and rusted over. Even the colors of signs seem to be just dripping off. But all of this adds such a reality to this place. The contrast, I think, is what really sells you on this rain-drenched neon dystopia. The contrast is between tradition and modernization, past and future, and it's all on display in these backgrounds in this city. Everything here is either new or it's obsolete. The old structures are just abandoned, pretty much left there to just be in the looming shadow of the future. The scenery here when the Major and Bato chase down this criminal displays that perfectly. The futuristic skyscrapers are huge, they're daunting, and they're drawn in striking detail. But right under them you see the ruins of the past that are mostly black and devoid of detail. And if you know anything about Ghost in the Shell, a lot of its themes have to deal with this traditional and modernization, past and future, human and cyborg, you know? So it makes sense that the city also has ruins of the past while also having very futuristic parts of it to go along with the narrative themes. But crazy enough, the visuals matching the narrative goes even deeper than that. See, a lot of the visuals of Ghost City were actually inspired by a real place. The team wanted to create a city that had a feel of both old and new, and to do that they took inspiration from a real city and they made up a newer kind of imaginary city. For the real city, they took influence from the now demolished Kowloon walled city in China. Before it was demolished by the Hong Kong government, it was pretty much a non-governed city, and thus the people and businesses had no building codes, which is how you get this very stacked, claustrophobic looking architecture. And just looking at it, it's pretty clear how Ghost in the Shell took influence from it. The buildings, the neon lights, the signs, the aged, faded painting of all the signs, the influence is clear. There was even a point where Ogura's camera actually fogged up due to the humid night air, and then he took the pictures, and this was the result. And that actually inspired the hazy look of the city in the film, which works so well. Though it was raining in a lot of these scenery shots, I could still feel this humidity coming from them. It's a great way to use scenery to help you feel the temperature of a place. And while Ogura was doing that, Takashi Watabe, the layout and concept designer, had to invent and construct a futuresque city. And Ogura took these inspirations, blended them together to create Ghost City and all its dystopian beauty. So if you're following all of this, Ghost in the Shell has narrative themes of human versus cyborg, or old versus new. So the look of the city also has a feel of old and new, thus the aesthetic of the city following the themes of the narrative. But then, even the way that they came up with the idea of how the city would look matches the themes of the film. Because how did they come to this aesthetic? By merging a real city, old, with a imaginary one they made up, new. It's the themes of the film. So even the way they conceptualized the look of the city goes along with the theme. That is a whole new level of being meticulously dorky. And that is most definitely my shit. This is genius work, alright? Overall, this is one of my favorite, anime cityscapes. Because it beautifully toes the line of feeling imaginary, but also feeling real. And just by how beautifully realized it is. Looking at this, I can feel the temperature, I can feel the rain, I can smell the place. I would highly recommend, if you're interested in Gits at all, to read this article from The Guardian, where they interviewed Ogura. They asked him his feelings about having multiple museums in Berlin and London and Sydney with background art of Ghost in the Shell displayed. It's really awesome to hear his enthusiasm. He said that most of the time background art in general wasn't really admired or kept safe by studios, and that for a lot of these productions, the only reason that these hand-drawn cells were actually preserved was because the background artists themselves took the work home, which made him feel that people weren't really interested in seeing background art in not a fully, finalized in the anime kind of form. And thus he was really appreciative to be seeing his artwork of these backgrounds displayed beautifully in a museum for people to admire. I'm here and I'm seeing my old work, and it gives me great pleasure to see something I did a long time ago. Now we just did a huge project, let's go a little more small scale. Let's talk about another 95 anime, this time an OVA called Gunsmith Cats.
Cooking soul.
Its art director is Kazuo Nagai. We haven't mentioned him yet, but as you can see here, he has a Ghibli credit, so of course he's gonna do great work. And he's still in the industry today, even as recently doing backgrounds for Spy X Family. Now aesthetically, these backgrounds are great, but the reason I'm mentioning them isn't because they're like a cut above the rest visually or anything like that. The reason I'm mentioning them is because they take place in Chicago, which at least from what I found, there isn't really a lot of anime that takes place in Chicago. And thus, we don't get to see scenery from there in anime form too often. And also, there's a whole making of behind the scenes of this OVA on YouTube, which was super awesome. I wish that every anime I talked about today had something like this to go off of. But basically, the whole studio went to Chicago and they studied the look, the feel, and the vibe, and the architecture. And if you've seen this OVA, you'll know that the two characters use things like guns and grenades and stuff like that. And so they actually went to gun shops and shooting ranges to understand guns better, to thus portray this show better. And of course, they studied Chicago itself, taking pictures of it, which then they could use to study off of and make scenery of. There's a whole part where Nagai talks about the colors of Chicago. He noticed a lot of great coloring, great tones next to these brown brick buildings with a very blue sky. In the doc, you can even see the team taking direct pictures of scenery and then see that scenery in the anime. Right there, you have the brown brick building. Then you have the bridge in the background, even the fucking construction work. And they really do show off a lot of this city throughout the episodes of this OVA. You see the many neighborhoods, even the alleyways, and of course the beautiful buildings at night as they continue to blink on. And this shot of this sunset with the birds flying off, that That's my favorite shit out of this whole anime backgrounds. Aesthetically, these backgrounds are super great to look at, but more than anything, it's cool to see a different part of the world depicted in anime, as it was to see with Heidi or Marco. And while I could talk all day about how good this looks, I can't really say how accurate it is to the real place, as I couldn't attest to the other places either. But lucky for me, in this specific case, I do have some help. My friend and fellow YouTuber who talks about anime on the internet, Ina-Q, is actually from Chicago. So we're gonna cut to her real quick, and she'll tell us how she feels if it captures the vibe and look of Chicago.
What's good, pit stoppers? My name's Ina-Q, and your boy IP gave me a mission to talk about the background art of the anime Gunsmith Cats. Let's get into it. The story of this anime follows two girls from the city of Chicago who are bounty hunters and just the exciting life that they live in the city. And as a girl who was born and raised in the city of Chicago, give these animators a raise. Like, look at this. Look at these vibes. So based on what IP told me was that the animators basically went to Chicago for research and they delivered on the look of this show. Down to the street clocks, guys. The thing about this show is that these shots that I just showed you are just small moments of the anime, but you can feel the city throughout the watch. Like, the city feels real, lived in, alive. The plot goes along, but it never makes you forget the city atmosphere. The gray hues of the morning that just add to the soul of the show. The sunlight, the way that the light peeks through the tall buildings. There's this sense of mystery and thrill to the show that during high action chases in the series, the animators go above and beyond. They animate a train next to the highway, and that highway is literally the highway that I used to take to commute to school. And that's insane because I never thought that I'd see my hometown in an anime above all things, and especially as well done as this show. I've been to that building. What? There's even a moment in the series where the girls are secretly hacking into a computer and they actually use real street names that I know. Either way, that's my time here today. Please, please, please give IP so much love in the comments. He's been working so hard on this video for you guys. My name's Ina-Q. I make anime content over on my channel if you're interested in that, so please be sure to stop by over there if you're interested. But that's all for me. Enjoy the rest of this video. Whoa.
And I'm back. Thank you, Ina-Q, for being part of this. Make sure y'all sub to her. And now we gotta move on. Speaking of quintessential 90s anime, I want to tell you about an art director known as Junichi Higashi, who's been doing work in the background scene since the early 80s. At that time, probably mostly known for his art directing on the City Hunter series. But in the 90s, he art directed on back-to-back bangers. In 96, he art directed the backgrounds for Vision of Escaflowne, which is beautiful. That very first time Hitomi makes it to Gaia and she sees that nighttime skybox with those two moons, that shit is forever engraved in my head. But then he would do what I would say is his peak work on background art in 1998 when he did the art directing on the backgrounds for Cowboy Bebop. This is up there with probably one of my favorite sci-fi settings in all of anime, because it's equally hypertech, hyperfuture, technology is infinite. Legit, there's life on multiple planets, and planets are equivalent to different countries in this setting. I've noticed with other sci-fi settings, everything is sorta monoculture. But here, it's all over the place. But in Bebop, so many different types of people and their unique cultures all spread throughout space. And thus, almost every location in Bebop has a blend of all these different cultures. A great example of this is in the first episode when they're in Tijuana. If you're paying attention to the backgrounds, you'll notice multiple signs, some having English, there's one with Japanese, there's Chinese, there's Korean, Russian, Arabic. That's a great way to use environmental storytelling to explain how culturally diverse the world of Bebop is. Space has been completely colonized, like there's literally bars and casinos on satellites. But everything isn't like super sci-fi, super high-tech. There's still places that feel very familiar to today. If anything, the world of Bebop feels even worse in terms of poverty. Perhaps the colonization of space has only made that gap of the rich and the poor even greater, because the poor don't have a choice to leave. They have to stay at the planet they're on, while the rich can travel. I love how things like this really make this sci-fi setting feel more plausible. Like, oh yeah, space has been colonized. Oh, yay, life on Mars. Oh, hyperspeed travel through astral gates. But even greater wealth disparity. There's graffiti-filled slums full of litter and homeless. You see this in a lot of the planets the Bebop crew visits. Despite how different the vibes, cultures, and aesthetics are of these various planets, you can always find a constant of poverty. There is whole city living and life on a Jupiter moon, which is completely made of ice, but thanks to, hyperfuturism, they were able to terraform, but yet you still find homelessness. It's a super hyper-futurism, hyper-capitalism kind of setting. Again, space is colonized, space is for sale, but the backgrounds don't glorify that. The backgrounds are treated with a far more reality of what that kind of setting would look like. But it helps the world feel more realized and have a sense of place. It grounds the sci-fi and makes the setting and universe of Bebop feel real. A little too real, if I'm being quite honest. Especially when you see the backgrounds of Earth and find out what happened there. Okay, so basically they were making astral gates to thus make faster hyperspeed in space. Upping the tech, not to help the Earth, of course, but to colonize even space, because of course they gotta do that. But oh no, an oopsie happened. And they fucking shattered the moon. And now a bunch of innocent human lives who didn't sign up for this at all are taken away. Without any choice of whether they even gave a fuck about going to space. Like maybe I was worried about other shit. I don't know, my rent? So I could live here? Fuck. How many people died because of this? Then of course, instead of trying to fix their mistake that's done irreversible damage to our planet, so that hopefully we can live longer on it, they just say, fuck it, keep upping the tech, we gotta get the fuck out of here. Well, at least for the ones who are rich enough to actually leave Earth. Everyone else just kinda has to deal with those guys' mistakes. I hate how possible this sounds. Oh, and Earth is basically fucked, because they never fixed it. Earth in Bebop is still getting fucked up by the thing that fucked it up in the first place, because pieces of that shattered moon are still falling onto Earth as meteors. So now it's basically a barren wasteland where most of civilization is destroyed and underwater. Anyone still stuck living there is either forced underground or trying to dodge meteor showers. We're fucked. These backgrounds in this world feel even more like a reality as the years go by. And that is both a testament to the backgrounds and the world of Bebop, and a really scary reality for us. And what's cool about all this stuff that I've mentioned, the problem with the poverty and what happened to Earth, is not the focus of Bebop. That is all just world building and background lore that we learn through random dialogue and of course, the background art. And until that inevitable nightmare is our reality, at least we can watch Bebop and see these beautiful backgrounds. Each planet visited by this crew has its own unique vibe and aesthetic. Let's talk about some of the locations depicted in these backgrounds in the Bebop world. Seeing Earth in these backgrounds is truly a harrowing experience. The shot of the debris that's slowly still orbiting the Earth is so fucking evocative. Seeing the buildings and human civilizations now destroyed and underwater. Even the little communities that still live on Earth, like this orphanage that Ed grew up in, they're just living in the rubbles of the past, which is great usage of backgrounds because in a world like this, why would you rebuild when you know a meteor could come at any time and fucking fuck that all up? But I love the little background detail of having these little windmills that the kids made. They're just colorfully surrounding this place, and it gives you a little wholesome feeling, as it gives you the idea that these kids still have a little hope and happiness. One of my favorites is the Bohemian Junk Heap. This place just got a carefree, chill, hazy vibe. It's an entire planet made up of discarded tech and destroyed shop parts melded into a planet. And the people that live there are nomads, hippies, stoners, monks, just people with a chill lifestyle. No law, no structure, no fucking gravity, just vibe. I could totally imagine this being like a cool, chill spot you go to with a couple of your friends on like a weekend or something. You got Ganymede, where Jet is from, which is this little port town full of blue water, and you can even see this other planet in the background. And it's such a cool spot that has a lot of like contrasting elements. The structures look to be made of very like futuristic material, but a closer look shows us a very homey, old town, blue collar kind of workplace with all the boats and the seagulls flying around, old streets full of cracks and weeds growing out of them. Venus is a mostly flat, dry wasteland because it doesn't have any natural seas, which is why they made these floating islands full of plants. The islands and structures are all covered in this beautiful overgrown greenery, and you can see all the other little islands just chilling in the sky. And the sky being this very moody yellow works so well and complements the architecture of Venus, which is modeled after 19th century Istanbul, Turkey. And at times it rains these graceful, gentle little spores. Careful though, cause they can cause blindness. And the plant to remedy this is super sought after by the black market, so it costs a lot. So looks great, but I definitely wouldn't live here. Like, we have arguments now where Americans will make fun of British people for having, shitty food, and then they will rebuttal with a totally reasonable and equivalent well, at least a scoop. I could not imagine the kind of roasting you would get as someone who lived on Venus. It's too easy. You have spores that give blindness. I'm not living there out of worry to just get roasted off that fact. But this is what makes Bebop's scenery so great. Little details and cultural aspects of these worlds adds a lot to making each of these planets and their cultures feel real, and helps you understand what life would be like in these places. Overall, Bebop's backgrounds have a great amount of variety and all are visually pleasing. Hey, but let me know if I can catch some of y'all at the Bohemian Junk Heap on weekends, and we can share some substances or something, Alright, we haven't talked about our GOAT, Shichiro Kobayashi, in a while, eh? But don't worry, he not only did some amazing work here, but in my opinion, he did some of his best work here. We're gonna talk about two back-to-back anime that were art directed by Shichiro Kobayashi. These two anime, to me, show off the peak of this man's ability. The first we're gonna talk about is 1997's Berserk. Oftentimes when you hear people talk about this, in my opinion, amazing adaptation of the Berserk manga, you hear that while yes, the animation isn't spectacular, what is great are the very still images. Whether that be just the regular still images, or the postcard memories, which are great, and of course, the backgrounds. Kobayashi and his team beautifully depict Miura's world. The backgrounds allow the quiet moments of Berserk to shine. Look at this sunset here. So much of the scenery in this anime just left me in awe and had me just admiring the quiet moments before, all the crazy shit started happening. Whoever had the final say of having Miura's artwork be depicted by Kobayashi, match made in heaven. It allows so many moments to just feel like these classical paintings. Whether it's shots of a character just looking out into the horizon, or Guts and Griffith staring each other down in the snow while the sun slowly rises. I mean, the shot is so simple, but the background art just elevates it to a point where you could just admire it. And I love the various backgrounds of just forests and trees. I could do a whole section on how Kobayashi draws trees. And most of that section would be me just talking about Berserk. Like, look at these wispy ass trees just bathed in iridescent light and color. Castles and kingdoms feel grounded yet fantastical. We get to see these kingdoms in so many different weathers and aesthetics. Of course, you get to see it at daytime, but you also get to see it at night with like these dudes chilling by a bonfire, Dark Souls style. You get to see it with a early morning fog kind of vibe. You get to see it in that heavy cast rain, but not just any rain, 90s anime rain. And I don't know, there's something special about that 90s anime rain. You get to see it in the sandy desert wind, and you get to see it in the snow. Oh, the snow. The 90s anime snow. Y'all are seeing this, right? I'm not tripping, like that shit looks good. Yeah, I think it deserves an obligatory wow moment. Let's do that.
Let's just admire this for a little bit. Wow.
This shot of Griffith on his horse as the beams of light sneak past through the clouds with the skulls of fallen warriors flooding the grounds. But also these backgrounds were great at capturing the more horrific and darker parts of Berserk. One of the shots that always stuck with me was this shot. This shit looks like reality is literally melting away into a watercolored hell. This visual just perfectly signifies that shit's about to get fucked. I have always preferred the world of the eclipse done here than in the films. In the films, not only did they make the entire eclipse mostly CGI, but they also chose this purple color that to me, this dark, hellish, chaos, like maddening red color just perfectly captures that world. And just the amount of shots that show the difference of scale between the stuff in the eclipse to our characters, it just adds so much to the world here, and to the horror and the fear and the otherworldliness of it. Like, I love at the beginning when we see just these faces that make up all the floor of the scenery, and then we see this shot here of Guts next to just one of these faces, and it's ginormous. That adds so much, like, fear to this place. Oh my god. Obviously created by Miura, but now it's colored and drawn by Kobayashi's very impressionistic style. It's not often we get to see Kobayashi like do some real like dark and like horrifying type shit, but I mean, look at this shit. I fucking love it. I will never listen to anyone who doesn't agree that the 97 adaptation is not a 10 out of 10, especially when it not only has Susumu Hirasawa on music, but also Kobayashi on backgrounds. The team behind this adaptation is unreal. But what if I told you that in this same decade, that Kobayashi and his team did yet another anime with breathtaking backgrounds that are even probably more complex and more interesting than the ones from Berserk. In fact, the backgrounds done here are some of the most experimental and one of a kind that Kobayashi has worked on. I'm talking about the backgrounds of both the 97 anime of Revolutionary Girl Utena and the 1999 film of Adolescence of Utena. I I want to start by just showing you how intricate and complex and puzzling and unique that the architecture was of Utena. I'm going to be mainly focusing on the academy that the characters go to, as that takes up most of the setting of this anime and the film, and it's obviously where you get some of the best scenery work of the series. The architecture is bizarre, it's surreal, and it's very abstract. In multiple places, parts of the school feel like they're frozen in time, just on the verge of construction but never completed. Some parts are completed, some parts look almost completed but are like cut in like diagonal, but they just stay like that, even though like they look like they should like start sliding off, but they don't. It doesn't make any sense. And you're feeling all these things just by looking at it. You're one, marveling at its like elegance, but at the same time you're also wondering like, what is it becoming or what is it missing? And it helps create this whole like dreamscape world and atmosphere. This is especially felt in the movie. The opening shot alone, where you have this camera just zooming in and showing you all these different parts of the school. And throughout the movie, all these pieces are like constantly slowly moving and changing. It's ridiculous. Wandering abstract architecture. You got tilted pillars that have glass that reflects the sky, a staircase that dips and then elevates into this floating surface edge, which is a rose garden, which at times those rose petals from the garden will just gracefully fall down into other parts of the school, which creates some of the best scenery from the entire film. And it's never really called upon, it's just kind of there. The students just kind of go about their everyday, just casually living in this school that doesn't make any sense, which is especially funny because like in no way is this school safe. And this feeling of like, this doesn't feel like a school, it feels more like this very aesthetically beautiful place that is abstract and has all these weird spots in it. It's felt all throughout. You have this one room that is just layers upon layers of beautiful, graceful drapery. If I was here, I wouldn't want to move a muscle to not mess up any of the perfect little clumps that are formed everywhere. Some parts like this have these unfinished walls with these mosaic glass windows. The school itself is basically just a giant art piece. I constantly felt when I was watching the anime and the film that I was seeing some of Kobayashi's best work that he's ever going to do. At points pushing his impressionism to whole new heights, like this staircase room that just looks like it's all melting into like this spiral. And I really don't want to like spoil anything about this film or the show. I think you should most definitely watch the series and then watch the film. Trust me. Utena is a very metaphorical series. In a lot of ways, it understands it's a TV show and it kind of plays into that, kind of pokes fun at that, you know? And a lot of the themes of Utena deal with things like identity and performing. You know how like a lot of us in school, on top of not really knowing who we are and just trying to fit in, we might act a certain way to fit in because of peer pressure or whatever. Revolutionary Girl Utena sees school as a stage where we all go to perform our identities. So it actually makes a lot of sense that these backgrounds of this school don't look normal and instead look like an elaborate art piece similar to like a stage play, which is just such a great way to use your background art to convey the themes of your series, especially in the film with all this wandering architecture. Like, Kobayashi and the team really fucking delivered here on the backgrounds. Now, while there's quite a few Ghibli films that came out in the 90s, from Porco Rosso to Ocean Waves to Only Yesterday, talking slower so I can show the visual. But I want to focus on the big one, and that would be 1997's Princess Mononoke. If you've ever wondered why the background art in this film specifically looks so good, well, it's because they have 5 art directors, and some of them you know for doing goated shit. Names like Kazuo Oga and Mizo Yamamoto again. Both of these very goated background artists being here already certifies this film's gonna look good. But we also have a few names we haven't mentioned yet, like Naota Tanaka, who's been on the background team for a bunch of Ghibli stuff, and he also art directed Ocean Waves. We also have Satoshi Kuroda, who also has done Ghibli stuff, and he art directed Whisper of the Heart. And last but definitely not least, we got Yuji Takashige, who, at least from what I've seen looking at his credits, seems to be a very important name when it comes to Ghibli's background art. Just look at these credits. He's been on the background art team for almost every Ghibli film. And after he's one of the art directors for this film, he will go on to do some even more goated shit in Ghibli. But we'll get to that later. Man, what a fucking team we have on art directors alone. And the results, as you expect, speak for them fucking selves. The lush forests and greenery in this film are mystifying, I think is the perfect word. And of course, this film has the usual Miyazaki themes of environmentalism. Because the nature in this film is all drawn with this feeling of this is sacred, you know what I mean? When you see that very sacred feeling nature get hurt or rot, it helps you understand that theme. It helps you feel that theme. It's of course helped by the fact that there are these spiritual creatures in the forest, but even without them, the background art really sells you on this feeling of this forest and the nature being transient and spiritual. The atmosphere just makes me want to go there and just listen to the rain droplets trickling off the leaves, feeling that slight breeze as the clouds pass the mountains. And oh my god, when they get to this ravine section, it has that same vibe to when Nausicaa reaches the whole underneath of the world, down to even the beams of light peeking through. It's obviously not as fantastical, which I think only strengthens that feeling of you want to see this place live and be protected. Because while yes, in terms of atmosphere and otherworldly beauty, it is very much like that underneath in Nausicaa. But the difference of it being a forest, a very natural setting that we could see in our everyday lives, I think helps us connect to it more and understand wanting to protect it more. It has an immediate connection to us versus a metaphorical one that we had in Nausicaa. I think this film does a great job of using background art to really deliver on the themes of the film and just create these beautiful places, which were actually inspired by real places. The forest was inspired by a forest on the island of Yakushima. The forest is called Shirotani Usukyo. Fuck shit. Japanese robot lady jutsu. And even just looking at it, I feel that same feeling of this place is sacred, this place is transient, you want to protect it. And from what I found, this place has been completely preserved and maintained as far back as even the Edo period. There was even a footpath that was built in the Edo period. Kazuo Oga actually spent a lot of his time just here, sketching parts of the forest for this film. And on top of just being a very beautiful thing that Japan as a place has made sure that by law that this forest must be preserved and it can't be tore down or built upon. I also think it's beautiful that the background team did such a great job at taking that idea of this forest that has to be sacred and preserved, and then translating that into the background art of this film, as I'm sure that feeling is something they wanted to capture in the background art. Man, I'm 25. I need to travel. I need to go to these places, man. I need to see what these places are like, dude. Oh my god. It's no surprise that the backgrounds look the way they do, feel the way they do, when the inspiration for them is real world art, real world beauty. I totally get how that feeling comes about when I see this place. And for our final entry of the 90s, I'm gonna say the English name of it because I suck at saying the Japanese one. We're gonna talk about the 98 OVA, Yokohama Shopping Log. while there's actually also a 2002 OVA of this series that actually has Shichiro Kobayashi art directing, I want to focus on the first one because we've talked about Kobayashi a lot and I want to give other names a chance to shine. There's 2 episodes of this OVA with 2 different art directors on each episode. Episode 1 of the OVA was art directed by Hiroshi Kato. We remember we talked about him during our section on Eva, and episode 2 was art directed by Shunichiro Yoshihara. These 2 absolutely killed the backgrounds in this series. This anime is set in a post-apocalypse. It's a slice of life series, mostly about our main character here, Alpha. She's an android who takes care of the coffee shop that was left to her by her owner, who she hasn't seen in a while. And that's kind of it. Most of the anime is really just about her day-to-day life, taking care of this coffee shop. And normally, apocalyptic type media usually revels in the despair and danger of a post-apocalyptic world. Usually they're set in like desert wastelands with no law and there's bounty hunters and shit. But Yokohama's world is peaceful. It's quiet. It's a total relaxing, chill vibe. It's a freaking slice of life anime. It's such a chill vibe that it doesn't even find it worthwhile to mention what exactly happened. Like, how did this world get like this? We don't know, and we don't care. What you have here is basically a quiet, harmonious apocalypse. And there's not a whole lot of media that portrays these kind of worlds. The only ones I can really think of are Wind Waker or Breath of the Wild. The backgrounds here show us a world that, without as many humans to build on top of nature, that nature can now prosper. The world can then breathe and revel in its beauty and atmosphere. I can't help but think about that time during COVID when we were all inside and the world slowly started to get more pretty and healthy and shit. The characters aren't scavenging for food or supplies for survival. No, they're just living very peaceful, mundane lives. A lot of the anime is just Alpha making and drinking coffee, or literally taking pictures of the background art. But she can't, because the background art is so fucking beautiful that she got entranced by it and forgot to take a picture, which we totally get, because this shit is breathtaking. With the anime having a very relaxing snail's pace, it allows a lot of time for the scenery to breathe and for the background art to be the main focus. There's constantly this very contemplative, serene feel to the background art. Some could see this anime as boring, as nothing really major happens outside of just you seeing a bunch of scenery. But that's the whole point. The series wants you to feel the mundanity of life that our characters are feeling, to just enjoy it for what it is. It wants you to appreciate the little things, like the beauty of the skybox. The clouds have this very gorgeous pink, purplish watercolor. I love the choice of having overgrown flora just everywhere. It's in the cracks of the street. It's literally climbing up the light poles and the telephone lines. Just nature slowly encroaching back on human structures, and no one really bothers to deal with it or maintain it. It's that same feeling that we talked about way back with Future Boy Conan. This contrasting feeling of melancholy because these places no longer have life, but also a feeling of calm beauty as we see nature slowly taking back those structures. But this anime, I feel, does that aesthetic better than anything else I've seen try to do it. But easily the most impactful shots are that of the old submerged city. There's parts of it still sticking out of the water, whether it be rooftops or the street lights, just these remnants of now a wiped away era. It was such a great choice to still have that there as this reminder. It makes you feel like it didn't happen too long ago. It's a constant, sad reminder of a past life. There's also points in this OVA where you'll see these shots of actual photography of black and white photos, obviously there to represent a past time. And you know that because as they're showing those photos, they also have a overlay of waves and bubbles to, I think you get it. And of course, the best backgrounds of this submerged city come at the end of the second episode of the OVA, when Alpha and her doctor go and stare out at the submerged city. The violet sky darkens and the sun sets on a now washed away city. And then the city lights slowly begin to flicker on. We see a nightlife that no longer exists except in the remains of a city underwater. Lights that once shined for a purpose. Lights that signaled cars, shops that once had customers, streets that were once flooded with people. All of that is now gone, and all we have left is this scenery and a sense of wonder of what used to be. It feels nostalgic just as much as it feels melancholic. It's as beautiful of a sight as it is a tragic one. It's the personification of bittersweet. Scenery or background art is at its best when it provides you feelings without saying anything at all. And that's exactly what this scene does. I know for me, when I saw this place, much like our own, now gone, it made me appreciate and embrace the present as we have it. Because no matter how stable it might feel, or, not feel, it's never guaranteed. So we should enjoy the little moments we have, even the ones that seem the most mundane. Quietly hanging with a friend, or taking in a sunset, or enjoying a cup of coffee. Or maybe watching a way too long video about anime backgrounds. And ultimately, not only did it make me appreciate the little mundane moments of this show, but it also got me to start thinking and relating to the characters. I started thinking about all the little mundane things in my life that I don't really take enough time to just enjoy and appreciate, those little moments. No matter how mundane or minuscule, appreciate it while you have it. Whew, I feel like that was a long one. Pretty much at the halfway point, if not a little bit further. But hey, if you watched my region design video, then I want to do something a little similar. This video is taking a lot out of me, so I'd really appreciate if you're still here, comment down that you love me, and then I'll know that I'm doing this for a reason. With the 90s finished, we're now going on to whole new waters with the 2000s.
Rain, 入るよ。ワイヤードに流れている。単に電気的な情報だけではないのかもしれない。
誰が？
And this is kind of a pretty big transition point, not just for anime backgrounds, but anime in general. Now granted, before this, there were uses of digital elements even in Akira or Ghost in the Shell. But as we progress from here, you will see a lot less of hand-painted anime backgrounds and far more uses of things like digital paint and just digital elements in general. And by the end of the 2000s, moving on to the 2010s, most if not all anime backgrounds will be done predominantly through digital means. But do not let that make you think that anime visuals like backgrounds got worse. Because from here on, you will actually see the most amount of just completely unique art styles and thus completely unique backgrounds. While yes, hand drawing and hand painting backgrounds does make for very beautiful work that has a vibe that really can't be replicated otherwise, making backgrounds digitally not only makes it easier for the artist to then make the background, but it also opens up a far wider range of what can be done with anime backgrounds. I'm pretty hyped for these next decades, so let's get into it. Let's just go ahead and jump right in with a heavy hitter. I'm talking Ghibli's very own 2001 Spirited Away. Its backgrounds were art directed by, once again, Yuji Takashige. You'll remember we talked about him not only covering a bunch of Ghibli projects doing background art, but he was also one of the 5 art directors on Princess Mononoke. But there's also other important names on the background team that need to be mentioned, such as Hiromasa Ogura of Ghost in the Shell fame, and we also have Kazuo Oga, and Nizo Yamamoto of Castle in the Sky fame. I mean, it's Spirited Away. What do you expect? It's gonna have huge names on it. Something I really like about this film's backgrounds is how it seamlessly mixes this feeling of reality and surreality, but which makes a lot of sense considering a lot of the locations in Spirited Away are based off real locations. For example, you have the Dogo Onsen, which is located in Matsuyama Ehime Prefecture. It was built in 1984. It's actually one of the oldest bathhouses in Japan. You might also recognize this bridge from Spirited Away. Here it is in real life in the Shima Onsen, and that one's located in Sekaizakan Honkan Gunma Prefecture. And most importantly, I'd say, is the Edo Tokyo Tatemono Inn, which is this open-air architectural museum in Koganai. In this museum, you can find inspiration for the train, and even Kamari's room, and of course, the seaside mountain town in Taiwan, which influenced the look of the town in Spirited Away. Just look at the architecture, the way the city looks all lit up at night. Even the little red lanterns are here. Man, I gotta go to these places. Point is, it's really cool to see these background artists taking inspiration from a real world place and then translating that to an anime. And this film is probably the best of Ghibli when it comes to creating a sense of space. I said this back in Heidi, but something that Miyazaki and Takahata were always obsessed about is really making these fictional places feel real. And a lot of times they do this by creating this sense of space, where if you're paying attention to a Ghibli film, at least for me, I caught myself really understanding the layout of a place. Like by the end of the movie, I could in my mind envision how I could walk from one part of a certain place to another, if that makes sense. We kind of touched on this during Cagliostro, where it showed us so much of this castle's rooms and many nooks and crannies. We see so much of this onsen and how one room connects to another. So by the end of the film, we have a pretty good idea of how, if we were actually there, how to get from one room to the next. This is the thing they do that makes me want to explore all these Ghibli films as backgrounds like they're video games. It's the backgrounds being used to show this sense of space. But as I've stated before, there's always that one scene in the Ghibli film where the scenery takes up the focal point and it's like the scene, it's the moment. And in this case, it's this train scene. When I talk to people who this film really resonated with, I usually hear this scene brought up quite a few times. The backgrounds here feel like this ethereal dreamscape. Just seeing this really strange train ride through calm, sunlit waters with the pink, purple sky and the clouds that reflect on that water. I think staging this scene like this really just made everything feel transient, especially having the sky like this, because when the sky gets like this in real life during like midday, it also feels transient. And the fact that we're seeing these train tracks and a train just smoothly going through a body of water. Everything about this feels magical. And it's a perfect example of what I talked about in the beginning of the video, about what makes anime so different from Western animation, or really any other animation. This, at times, focus on the moments of quiet. Or as Miyazaki put it, the feeling of ma, the sound between the clapping of your hands. Not a lot is happening here, and the animation is mostly focused on the scenery. It's all just taking a deep breath, and yet people love this scene. It's one of the most memorable and impactful scenes of the entire film, which I think says a lot. Kids don't always need to be, bombarded with constant high-octane visuals of something crazy happening. Maybe you can just have these moments where the scenery can breathe. Now, I think it'd be kind of impossible to talk about anime backgrounds, 2000s anime backgrounds, and this whole progression of digitization of them without talking about the 2002 OVA short film, Voices of a Distant Star. This is a 20-minute OVA about two lovers where one has to go fight a space war, some anime shit, and the other stays, and so their only communication is through text. But as she goes deeper and deeper into space, her texts only take longer and longer to actually reach. And so we have a story of two lovers that are separated kind of literally by time and space. And if that at all sounds kind of familiar, that's because this was made by the creator of Your Name, Makoto Shinkai. Yeah, even this early on, he was already making a huge name for himself with this OVA. And if you're looking at this and thinking that, it looks a little rough, especially in the character, art department, and while that's true, I would ask you to then look at these backgrounds. Now that's beautiful. But here's kind of the big deal with this OVA. This entire OVA in 2002 was fully created by Shinkai himself. He made the entire thing on his computer, specifically on a Power Mac G4, just using things like Photoshop and After Effects, which is literally the same shit I use to make my videos. Granted, not all these visuals age gracefully. As we said earlier, these character designs do look a little rough. But regardless, this whole thing is just a huge and great example of what digital effects were capable of even at this time. That one guy can make this entire anime OVA in 7 months. From it, we just get 20 minutes of beautiful environments. Just these pink, divinely lit, gorgeous cloudscapes. Shinkai will kinda be known for his cloudscapes. The jet trails of aircrafts flying in formation with the distant star in the background just glimmering in the sky. The skyboxes are the best scenery in this film. You usually see them in this golden hour orange color, which works beautifully with the story about coming of age. Sunsets, they feel poetic. They can feel just as nostalgic as they feel melancholic. I know for me, when I think of sunsets, I think of a great day with my friends now coming to an end. These backgrounds really reflect on the feelings that these characters are going through. There's this moment that happens a little after Mikako leaves to space, and we get a little time with Noboru. To emphasize how he's feeling, that stunning sunset backdrop is then swapped out for a cold, devoid of color, blanketed in snow backdrop. Again, in a lot of art, especially in anime, everything has a purpose. It's not a coincidence that this character who is feeling sad, Shinkai then made the background be a very snowy, sad kind of backdrop to reflect on that. The most important and impactful thing about this OVA was, of course, the fact that it was made in 7 months by a single guy. It showed the industry just how powerful digital effects can be. And while researching, I found interviews of background artists talking about how influential this little OVA was, especially in the background scene. It shaped the techniques in backgrounds due to Shinkai's familiarity with the digital process. And that makes sense, as the backgrounds were the part that aged the best in this entire film. This is merely the start of a great career for Shinkai, and we will talk about more of his stuff, as not only is he great at doing the backgrounds, but he did everything. So if we're talking backgrounds, we gotta hit at least one Abe involved project. Anything this dude is ever involved in always has a real strange atmospheric vibe, whether it's Serial Experiments Lane or Haibane Renmei. But for this video, we're gonna talk 2003's Technolize. This is an anime that I could definitely see myself making a underrated anime spotlight video on. Its backgrounds were art directed by our boy Hidetoshi Kaneko. By now, I'm sure you'll remember, as we've talked about him multiple times, but in this case, I would say that him working on things like Battle Angel and Trigun really helps in this case. The scenery and text is very unique, even compared to stuff today. Now, while I will be avoiding spoiling any major character stuff or anything like that, through this I have no choice but to spoil a kind of second world kind of thing that comes up later in the series. So if you don't want to be spoiled on that, then I'd say skip this part, but it's just going to be the visuals. Okay, so this anime has two worlds, a underground one and a surface world, each of them having very strikingly different visuals, but both are equally as bleak. And this anime has a very conscious use of lighting and color to distinguish these two worlds from one another. The underground world, or Lucas, it's very raw and brutal and gritty and cruel. It does not at all try to hide its ugliness. It's very blunt. And the color palette is as drab as you can get. Just steeped in stale browns and grays. Aged concrete walls and rusty drainage pipes everywhere. Electrical wire is just kind of thrown around without any sense of pattern or neatness. And the lighting is very stark, so there's a lot of heavy shadows. You got these dragonflies everywhere filling up the skies, and these robot automatons filling the streets. And when you actually do get a different color outside of those browns and grays, it's still just as faded and just as drab. And then you have the surface world. These backgrounds have very bright, saturated yellows with heavy cast shadows, and what is mostly a very rural, countryside landscape kind of look. And it almost looks too perfect and too ideal. The contrast to Lucas is obvious, not just in color and lighting, but also atmosphere. Lucas is as blunt as it gets. It doesn't try to hide that it's bleak and kind of a shithole. The surface feels like it's trying to put on a facade, trying to act like nothing is wrong. Even the lighting seems artificial. Despite being maybe more beautiful than Lucas, it feels completely hollow. Life here feels stagnant, and that even reflects on the backgrounds. Everything from the houses, to the buildings, to the people, even the shadows, they all feel unsettlingly still and lifeless. It's numbing to look at. It feels more like a fuzzy painting than it does like reality. And it makes even more sense when you look into the paintings that inspired this world. The backgrounds of the surface world were inspired by the paintings of Edward Hopper. Legit, they're shots that look directly straight off his paintings. He painted these to represent the time when technological advances were made in America, which, while making modern life more efficient, anyone living further away from those cities and tech were just kind of left behind. His paintings were to show these rural landscapes that now were completely left alone. He wanted to give off feelings of alienation and emptiness and stagnation, never changing, never advancing, just these single buildings in these vast empty fields. It definitely gives me that liminal space kind of vibe that's kind of been a thing lately. His main themes that he tries to give off with these paintings are loneliness, regret, boredom, resignation, which fits perfectly for this vibe that they were trying to reflect in this anime. Text is yet another great example of using your backgrounds to further your narrative and themes of your series. I think it was an extremely artistic choice to make these worlds so different from each other and different from a lot of anime. When I describe my love for anime weirdness, this is the type of shit I'm talking about. That unique and weird, cool concept that only something like an anime would do. The world of Technolize is such a cool place, and I highly recommend anyone who hasn't seen the series to check it out. I think it's time we talk about another big hitter. Once again, we're going to talk about the creator of Akira, Katsuhiro Otomo, with another one of his films, 2004's Steam Boy. And the art director for these backgrounds is Shinji Kimura. You'll remember him as being yet another Kobayashi student and production team member. He worked on background art for Akira and Angel's Egg, and as I said, all these dudes that work under Kobayashi eventually go on to do goated shit, and thus here we have Shinji doing goated shit. And don't worry, we will be mentioning him again as he continues to do more goated shit onto the 2010s. And the team here is pretty similar to the team that worked on Akira, but now we're getting that high level of detail instead of on Tokyo and, futuristic skyscrapers. Now we're getting it in England with Victorian architecture. And that same level of painstaking detail that was on Akira very much translates to all the architecture in this film. Whether that be with the buildings or the machinery with all its gears and nuts and bolts and cogs and pipes with steam shooting out of them. Everything about this scenery just screams overwhelming spectacle. Otomo and his team went all across Britain to scout locations. They looked at old neighborhoods, old steam engines, factories, museums. They not only wanted to capture the technology of the Industrial Revolution, but also what living in 19th century Britain was like, and really steep themselves in that atmosphere. Kimura specifically stuck to a limited color palette to match the limited tech. Most of Steam Boy's scenery aesthetic is made up of very much grays and brown tones. But this film is also a great example of mixing hand-drawn and CG. So apparently these backdrops are computer generated, but with hand-drawn cells. Which, that's great. When I was looking at this, I thought this was all hand-drawn. According to Otomo, only about 25% of this film is actually CG. Only using digital tech to assist the hand-drawing rather than replacing it altogether. Even the steam, which is notoriously pretty difficult to animate, is hand-drawn. But still, I think it's important to point out that CG was a big help in creating the aesthetic of this film. I don't think you get the same level of technological complexities or smoothness of the movement of that tech without the help of digital elements. Especially if you're looking at the scenery that has really dynamic camera angles. And much like Akira, this film also has an extended sequence of just all this heavily detailed background art just getting fucked up by a fucking steam castle. A steam cast, and it's just as terrifyingly detailed as you'd expect. Seeing the steam just fill the city and demolish these homes as it freezes it over and makes them all crumble. This whole sequence is breathtakingly terrifying. But it's this shot in particular of it that really gets to me. Because it feels so real. Like, I don't know, something about this angle. Like, I imagine if something like this actually happened in real life, this angle would be how a lot of people witness this kind of atrocity. I don't know if that makes sense, but that's what makes this particular background scene so terrifying. From here on, we will only see more anime that's backgrounds benefit from having CGI and digital elements. Another pretty big film that we also got in 2004 was Ghost in the Shell 2: Innocence. This time the backgrounds were art directed by Shuichi Hirata, who's done background work on things like Elfen Lied and the original Ghost in the Shell, but I'd say is mostly known for his art directing on a bunch of Psycho-Pass stuff. Which, if you've seen those backgrounds, I think it makes a lot of sense to have him on this film. But don't worry, the art director for Ghost in the Shell 1 is still here. Hiromasa Ogura is just on the background team this time. And much like I did with the first Ghost in the Shell, mainly focusing on the Ghost City scene, I want to focus on basically the mirror of that scene in this movie, which is this parade scene. And right off the bat, the contrast of these two is insane. Instead of a look into the rain-soaked, gritty, dirty alleyways and gutters of a cyberpunk dystopian city, where a big part of it was taking this futuristic city and grounding it and humanizing it. This scenery takes a far more divine and surreal take on it. Almost nothing here feels grounded. It's far more maximalist and just sublime. It's probably the most CG part of the whole film. And while I wouldn't say on a pure aesthetic level that it's exactly aged well, not that it's bad or anything, but like, you know, like you look at this and you clearly understand it's CG. I wouldn't say it detracts from the scene. In fact, I'd say that it only helps to really emphasize the whole surrealness of this moment. Basically, I feel this is a perfect scene to choose to make CG, and that if you made it hand-drawn, it wouldn't have the same effect. It would not feel as otherworldly and uncanny if it was hand-drawn, I think. The digital elements all aid in making this scene as strange as it needs to be. The golden color palette with the misty sky and all the buildings seem like endlessly high, along with all this religious imagery. Temples, puppets, dragons, elephants. The CG, I think, is also being used here to give the scenery its strange camera movement. The way it synchronizes with the music feels very meditative. We're seeing all this as birds and golden little flakes fill the skies. It's so ethereal and yet very eerie. Everything feels artificial, and yet I think that's the point. And I think it works even on a narrative level. When you look at the Ghost City scene from the first film, that whole scene comes from the Major questioning her identity as she sees a model that's very similar to her own, which coincides with the scene of Ghost City. And Ghost in the Shell 2 has a big focus on puppets and these dolls, which I think also coincides really well with this parade scene. Apparently the scene took 6 people a year to make and multiple trips to Taiwan, which of course is the main inspiration for the scenery in this moment. In fact, I actually have a clip of one of these festivals in real life, and while obviously not as extravagant as the anime is gonna be, I think you see how clear the influence is. It's really cool stuff, and it's interesting always to see these comparisons to real life and how in anime they take scenery and morph it into something completely different.
And before I leave Ghost in the Shell 2, I just want to say,
no scene in any anime has made me feel more seen as a basset hound owner than the scene of Bato with his dog Gabriel. The movement, the noises, the way that Bato, when he feeds him, has to lift his ears so they don't go into the water and get all wet like they always do. Yes. The next anime I want to talk about is one that's well known for its gorgeous scenery and very atmospheric vibe. It's one of the top 10, quintessential anime you have to talk about when talking about anime backgrounds. That is 2005's Mushishi. Its backgrounds were art directed by Takashi Waki. He started his career in the late 70s, and up until the 2000s, I'd say he's most well known for art directing the backgrounds of multiple Tenchi Muyo stuff. And also, very fittingly, he art directed a year before this, the backgrounds of Samurai Champloo. Just looking at these two, it's obvious this dude is a master at illustrating these feudal, pastoral, lush green Japanese countrysides. So I think it's a really smart choice to have him be the art director for Mushishi. Research on the behind the scenes of anime stuff is always going to be a little harder than usual. So while I can't say for sure, but I think it would make sense that they would look into what someone has done before on backgrounds and then decide them based off what they've done. So they probably saw that Waki was great at making these type of backgrounds and thus made him the artist for Mushishi. And I think on Mushishi is where all his abilities really culminate to his best work. It's no surprise that he has been the continued art director for all sequel projects of Mushishi. The backgrounds have a very zen-like beauty and all the locations are very much natural. Greenery is everywhere in this anime. Everywhere you look, you'll just be these seas of green. Even in the many rural villages, you'll see houses that are completely coinciding with that greenery. And honestly, I kind of wish my house looked like a little area from a forest temple in Zelda. You have misty rolling mountains and hits of color that you'll get from many of the flora. Forests that are full of these bogs, and don't even get me started on this fucking bamboo forest. The bamboo towers over our characters, and at times the leaves will gracefully fall down. And you get the idea these leaves fall pretty often, as if you look at the background art, you'll notice the floor is just flooded with these leaves. You can't even see the floor. Most of Mushishi's backgrounds are very much bathed in earth tones, but aside from the background art itself, a lot of the atmosphere of Mushishi comes from how that background art animates and moves. The camera usually shows this background art in very slow, elegant, deliberately wandering movement. It's never about speed when it comes to Mushishi's scenery, but more about slow and smooth movements. Very tonally fitting for a series about a wanderer exploring the countryside in search of Mushi. And while this setting isn't exactly 100% apparent to a particular point in real life, while obviously a little fictionalized, it definitely takes place somewhere between the Edo and Meiji period. The background art only helps make this world feel real. Everything about it is grounded and is treated very realistically, which only helps when the Mushi come. While obviously fantastical elements, for some reason everything about them feels authentic to this world, because the background art depicting the world also feels authentic. While obviously being fiction, Mushishi doesn't feel like fiction. It feels historical, like as if this anime and all its folklore are just these real-life stories that were told between people in the past by campfires. Mushishi's backgrounds and atmosphere will take you on these journeys of lonely, heavy, cold winters, relaxing, ambient forests, light and graceful, dreamlike seas, or at times completely dark and dour places that feel foreboding and smothering. Mushishi's backgrounds are a masterful example of just how much the auxiliary parts of anime, like scenery, can do for the authenticity of a world. Next up, we're going to talk about 2007's Mononoke. When you think of a horror series, what comes to mind is usually more darker, moody, maybe even drab color palettes. What you don't think is this. On an aesthetic level, this has got to be top 3 of what we're going to talk about today. This is like taking how cool all the breathing techniques are in Demon Slayer, but now it's your whole anime. It looks like a moving passage of painting, specifically from the Edo period. These backgrounds were art directed by 2 people, both coming from Kobayashi Studios. First off, we have Takashi Kurahashi, who was on the background art team for Berserk 97. And secondly, we have Yuma Hosaka, who was on the background team for Revolutionary Girl Utena. You'll notice that this anime's background art, and really the whole anime altogether, has all this very rough texture and look to it. It has a look as if it was all painted on like ancient scrolls, which I think is there to call back to how a lot of these classic Japanese paintings were done with things like woodblock. Mononoke's backgrounds are just a treasure trove of colors and patterns and beautiful imagery. Like a sea of variously colored and patterned umbrellas all moving and spinning in sync. In a single building, you'll have just thousands of beautiful paintings and patterns all right next to each other, making up the entire background. Look at this. We could literally just take a little pattern off this wall texture, and that alone would have been fine for a background, right? We could have based the whole background on an anime from this. But that's just one little piece of all of this. Just look at all the little different patterns you can see throughout this anime. Visuals of fruit, or cherry blossom trees, or flowers, or mountains, clouds, or waves, or legit directly either inspired or referenced actual Japanese traditional paintings. Let's just focus on the inside of this single building, right? Everything has a pattern on it. The staircase, the handle of the staircase, the ceiling tiles, the ladders, the walls, the floors. And we always see these locations in multiple camera angles, and still every nook and cranny of this background art is decked out with gorgeous patterns. Sometimes you'll see movement of another object inside the artwork of the pattern, like these fish that are swimming around inside the background art. This is top tier maximalism, but in its most elegant form. Everything in the show is aesthetically pleasing. Even the rain falls elegantly and aesthetically, because some of them will actually trail into blossoms. Even the very wind is aesthetic, because it eventually, as it blows, turns to these little passages of flowers. And the show absolutely loves to play around with its colors. It'll make the sky into a unique blue with the clouds being yellow, only to then change the sky to a pitch black with these ice cream swirls that I can only guess are clouds, along with these blue flower things. I don't know, but it looks good. There's even a point in one of the episodes where a character is telling her childhood story, and she's explaining how she grew up on an island near the sea, and then boom, the backgrounds transform into an ocean aesthetic. Everything gets bathed in a blue color palette with literal fish swimming around. The whole anime is dynamic like this. There's this one episode where the aesthetic of the backgrounds is devoid of color and everything's covered in snow. But then you have these moments where these dudes will smell something, and then the scenery will morph into what the smell reminds him of. One dude said that the smell reminded him of the beginning of spring. And then boom, cherry blossom trees. And I just love the connection of using the style and actual ukiyo-style paintings while having backgrounds that feel very much like kabuki theater. For those who might not know, kabuki theater is a type of Japanese stage play where everything from the costumes and the colors and the acting is very exaggerated and artistic. And if you look at the backdrops of a lot of the sets of kabuki theater stage plays, that's what a lot of Mononoke's backgrounds look like. And that's because a lot of kabuki theater backgrounds were inspired by ukiyo paintings. And eventually ukiyo painters started making paintings of the many actors and actresses in these kabuki stage plays. And like all that aesthetic history is just in the backgrounds of this anime. Altogether, this anime has some of the most artistic work done on backgrounds. For our next entry, I wanted to once again bring up Makoto Shinkai. Last time we saw him not only art direct backgrounds, but also pretty much create an entire anime alone on his computer. But now I want to focus on a project of his where there was some actual budget behind it, and see how his art directing on backgrounds goes here. We're talking about 2007's 5 centimeters per second.
What am I supposed to say anymore, okay? Like, there's only so many times that I could look up synonyms to gorgeous, or beautiful, or amazing, okay? It looks really good, okay? He doesn't miss. He doesn't.
It looks amazing, okay? Moving on. So when I said that moving on to the 2000s, we'd see some of the most unique art styles in anime, and thus also some of the most unique backgrounds in anime. Yet, the anime that was immediately in my mind as I said those words was 2008's Soul Eater. There's nothing quite like Soul Eater. These backgrounds were art directed by Norifumi Nakamura, who has throughout the years done some notable work, having background art credits on things like Bebop and Hellsing, and he actually art directed the backgrounds for the 2003 version of Full Metal Alchemist. But I don't think it's much of a contest to say this is some of his best work. Soul Eater, even in the manga, has such a unique style and world, so it's genuinely impressive that Nakamura and the background team really delivered on capturing this distinctive world. Death City is what I would call a quintessential, cool, unique, and I want to live there kind of place. It has just as much charm and quirk as it has coolness and grin and horror. It seamlessly blends the dark and sinister with the cool and whimsy. It to me personifies the word spooky, because I've always felt when you call something spooky, it's not actually scary, you know? Like, spooky's like kind of a silly sounding word, you know what I mean? Spooky is like skeletons. They're not scary. At least to me, I've always kind of felt that like skeletons are kind of little adorbs guys, you know? They're pretty adorbs. Like, don't get me wrong, Soul Eater's world does have some scary elements, but you know, you're never getting like grotesque HR gear type shit. For the most part, I'd say the world is more of like a Halloween wonderland. There's elements of gothic architecture. I think of things like Tim Burton, you know, Nightmare Before Christmas type beat. You got graves everywhere and spooky looking trees with the hooks. And the sky at night is always purple. And the sun and the moon have faces and teeth and almost have that nightmare fuel-ish vibe that the moon in Majora's Mask has. But it also has areas that feel very familiar to modern day. Like this basketball court, for example. Huge street graffiti everywhere, and honestly, this just feels like a place I've been to in real life. It's just a world oozing with style and flair. But I also really enjoy background art from outside of the city. Like this red room where Soul plays the piano, which is actually a really cool reference to Twin Peaks, as you can see here. Aesthetically, this is in my top 10 anime backgrounds because I just love this depiction of a world so much. When it comes to anime that's highly stylized, especially in the department of backgrounds, I don't think anyone's more prevalent in that than Shimbo's stuff. Just the way that everything he directs tends to have a setting that's very unique and highly stylized, especially from the Monogatari series and everything after that. And we're talking 2009's Bakemonogatari. And our main art director in charge of creating these interesting backgrounds is Hisaharu Lejima, who has been doing background art since the mid-80s and will continue to be the main art director for all Monogatari works after this one. And I think Monogatari is another great example of a series that shows such a unique style, not just for the anime, but of course for the backgrounds, where I couldn't imagine something looking like this being able to be done without the digital elements and the progressions we've made since the 90s. Like for example, before Bakemonogatari, if you look at all the other Shimbo directed stuff, he's always done this thing where he just loves to have the background artist depict the rooms of the characters in very unique and almost like nonsensically interesting ways. Like, why does their room look so stylized and so different and so unique, and no one even like points anything out about it? But the way that he does that from Bakemonogatari on, it just kicks it up to a whole new level. Why are these rooms designed like experimental architecture blueprints that just exist? Why are there so many ladders? I don't know, but it looks cool! And we have Hisaharu and the background team to thank for creating these interesting backgrounds that Shimbo thinks of. But let's actually talk about more backgrounds than just the really cool, interesting rooms. What I said earlier about that room looking like someone was just designing some experimental architecture on the blueprint, took that and made that the background art, that's something that I feel all throughout this series. Especially with the very heavy focus on this geometric aesthetic. But at the same time, the backgrounds aren't focused on like hyper detail or anything like that. If anything, outside of like shape and framing, these backgrounds are fairly minimal. Sometimes items in the background won't really have any texture or detail, mostly just being a single color. Especially if you're looking in like the deep far background, you'll see trees painted in nothing but completely black, or houses and buildings far back that are just pure white. I'd say that most of the backgrounds here usually are dominated by a single color, like this beautiful shot here that's mostly made up of yellow, or this orange sunset kind of almost sepia tone kind of color that comes up quite a bit. And you pair these color choices along with these very interesting looking backgrounds with Shimbo's directing, it means you see these interesting backgrounds in so many different shots and angles. As we established earlier, Shimbo's great at finding super cinematic and interesting shots. You'll go from a shot where the character looks like she's choking you, and that'll turn into this wide shot showing you the perimeter of the school and its many windows. Pretty much any location you will be seeing in multiple angles. And while some could definitely argue that this is just being style over substance, regardless of narrative connections, one thing I think can't be denied is that this adds to the series. When you have a series like Bakemonogatari that is mostly just a lot of conversations and talking, I think having these very unique backgrounds and so many unique shots constantly changing of these backgrounds, it makes these moments of characters just talking so much more engaging, and it keeps it so my eyes can't stay off the screen because of how often we're getting so many cool backgrounds and with how many different shots of those backgrounds we're getting. Other cool stuff I like about the backgrounds of Bakemonogatari is just how the backgrounds can at times be cluttered with everyday things but just placed and framed in very nonsensical ways, and just makes it look really interesting. The backgrounds in the show are just great at taking something minimal and just framing it in a unique way and making it so visually interesting. While yes, this is just a bunch of stop signs, but like, it looks fucking cool, right? Like, because of the way it's drawn and the way it's framed. This here is just a bunch of chairs and desks. Everyday shit nothing crazy, but look at the way it's framed. It's so weird and interesting and it's cool to look at. Look at this shot of just pipes. I don't know why they look like that. Still cool though. Oh my god, this jungle gym thing. Like, I've seen these in real life. I know what they look like, you know, I've been on one. So I shouldn't be looking at it like it's the coolest shit ever. But I do. Like, why am I getting so hyped over something simple like a jungle gym background? Well, that's because how the things are drawn, how the things are colored, and how they're placed. All of that is done so masterfully here that makes every shot feel surreal and complex, even when theoretically they probably shouldn't. And is yet another anime that uses its digital techniques to its favor. Again, you don't get visuals like this without the advancements that anime has made up until this point. And this anime knows that, and it basks in it. For our final 2000s anime, I want to talk about a Mamoru Hosoda directed project. I'm talking 2009's Summer Wars. Summer Wars is another movie that I would call a gathering of goats when it comes to background art. The art director is once again our boy Yuji Takashige. I just noticed I started with him art directing the 2000s and then I ended with him. That's cool. Shout out to the unconscious me. But also on here we have names like Hiromasa Ogra. We also have Kazuo Oga, of course, and we have Mizutani again, Yuji Ikeda too. There's lots of great people who worked on this film's backgrounds. And this natural setting is beautiful. It's all based off the Ueda Nagano prefecture. Even the home we see our characters in is based off the Ueda castle. Everything about the backgrounds here is very realistically gorgeous. Even at points feeling very Ghibli-esque. Which, I mean, if you've been paying attention, makes sense. Everyone on this damn background art team has Ghibli credits. But here's the thing. It's almost like too typical. Like, it looks almost too regular, if that makes sense. It's definitely pretty, like, don't get me wrong, but like, when you look at the names behind these backgrounds, I mean, we're talking the art director of Akira, the art director of Ghost in the Shell, Spirited Away.
It's a bit typical looking.
Not as, like, extravagantly beautiful as you'd expect, but more just, oh yeah, that's some good-looking Japanese countryside background art. But don't take this as a complaint, because I actually think that's a plus. And I think it's very much done on purpose. You'll notice there's a heavy focus on the hominess and comfy vibe of this background art. There's traditional architecture, traditional samurai armor, old, dusty, read a million times books, natural plants everywhere. All this background art is just trying to add to this very comfy, family, homey, traditional vibe, because they want to emphasize the contrasting aesthetics of this world to this film's second world. So Summer Wars has a basically online world called Oz. It's what it sounds like, a virtual video game-esque world. This needed to look typical, it needed to look regular, as to not take away from how unique these visuals are. Oz is a hyper-stylized, wildly candy-colored world. There's paint splatters, little scribbled drawings, all of this unique shit on just bare white backgrounds. It's a super distinctive and fun look, just a wonderland of color. And if you look at this cat-like creature, and you're a cultured individual, you might be reminded by the works of the pop artist Takashi Murakami. You might know him for his designing of the Kanye album covers Graduation and Kids See Ghosts, and also he did the Good Morning music video too. His style is called super flat art, and this isn't the first time Hosoda worked with Murakami. Before this, they actually did an advertisement for Louis Vuitton. It was this little short film commercial called Super Flat Monogram. Just look at this, right? Yeah. Seeing this makes me wonder if Hosoda had the idea in his head of what Oz would look like already, or if it was after doing this with Murakami that he thought of the idea of making Oz the way it is now. But these backgrounds get even more impactful when you take into the fact that all of the world of Oz is made of complete CG, which is cool and distinctive on its own, just visually, but also works narratively. Of course, you would make your digital world, your cyberspace, CG. It merges narrative and aesthetic into one, and it only goes to add to the difference of the world of Oz to the real world. Which takes me back to what I said about the normal world looking so ordinary and typical. I think if the real world was drawn in a more unique or stylized, or even if it looked extra luscious and pretty the way like we know it could be with the people behind it, I think that would take away from how different and unique Oz looks. And I do think this was intentional, considering they made the choice to not only make the world of Oz all CG, but to also specifically make the real world all hand-drawn. This is once again another example of a great usage of background art. Once again, using it to emphasize your narrative, your themes. And if you're wondering why on this decade I focused quite a bit on anime that use CG or any type of digital effect in some way, shape, or form, is because of the pretty apparent huge stigma that anime fans tend to have when it comes to, of course, CGI, but also digital elements when it comes to anime. While of course plenty of anime can and plenty of anime have used CG in very cheap ways, it's never been the CGI that's the problem, it's how it's used. And I wanted to show that even this early on, there were plenty of anime that used these digital effects in interesting and awesome ways. And I think Summer Wars is a perfect example of that. Not only is it being used to create amazing visuals that couldn't have been made otherwise, but it also fits the series thematically and narratively. It's great, and I can't wait for Hosoda to make 5 more movies with the exact same plot. And now before we move on to the 2010s, you might have noticed a name that was kind of missing throughout this decade. Our GOAT, Shichiro Kobayashi. I found myself having a hard time deciding which 2000s anime that he art directed I wanted to pick for this section. So instead, I kind of just wanted to do a little recap summary of what he did this decade, plus a kind of look back at his career, because Kobayashi actually retired in 2010. Now, as we went through this dude's career, you probably have noticed that there's a lot of varying different aesthetics for all the types of backgrounds he did throughout the decades. But especially in the 2000s, the range of shows that this guy did backgrounds for, it like makes no sense. I mean, generally speaking, this is a guy who's done things for Berserk, a gritty, dark fantasy series, Angel's Egg, an extremely artistic art house film, and his last project is an anime about moe girls being a version of Sherlock Holmes. I love that. I love that he can express his art in so many different ways and not really be tied down to a single look or feel or aesthetic. In the 2000s alone, he worked on things like multiple seasons of Nodame Cantabile, a romance music series, and he also did Windy Tales, a very unique looking, rough-styled slice of life anime. He did Otogi Zoshi, where his backgrounds are used to depict a historical fantasy setting of Japan. All of these are very different in terms of story, vibes, and aesthetic. And thus his backgrounds also have to be different to fit each of these anime styles. But if you watch any of these series and you've been keeping up with this video, you can immediately tell his style. His backgrounds have that distinct feel and vibe that I feel can always be recognized, despite how different they have to be for their specific anime. The dude is the master of the craft, and I hope that through this video I was able to help you understand not only how influential he is, whether it's through his amazing art or by his studio and the many great names that came from it, but also that he is a perfect example of why backgrounds matter. The way he can just bring these places to life in a way that makes me nostalgic at times for a place I've never been to. I feel honored to have been able to talk about and just look at this dude's work throughout the decades. And while it will be sad to not be able to cover his work, that doesn't mean seeds of his influence don't go through the industry even to this day. But with that, it is time to move on to the 2010s. To me, this decade has some of the best examples of anime backgrounds that could never be done up until this point. In terms of tech, in terms of aesthetic, in terms of expression. At this point, anime backgrounds could literally be anything. I think that shows in the many unique aesthetics we're going to see this decade. And what better way to show that than to start with one right off the bat. Our first one up is going to be 2010's The Tatami Galaxy. This, of course, was directed by Masaki Yuasa, and thus you can expect a very unique abstract style of art. And the backgrounds were art directed by Shinichi Uhara, who's been in the background scene since the late 80s. He was on the background team for things like Demon City Shinjuku, Ninja Scroll, even Perfect Blue, and he's been the main art director for things like Beck. And I chose this series for a couple reasons. One, it's one of my favorite anime ever. And another reason is that though Yuasa has had other directed films before this and plenty after this, I feel that here specifically, you see like all the elements of stuff he's done before and stuff he'll do after. It has moments where it can explode with color and go into these moments that feel like chaotic, psychedelic, bonkers acid trips like Mind Game did. But it also uses distinct color palettes to fit certain moments or feelings the same way Kaiba did. There's those little moments where it goes into completely live action footage, and by the end of the anime you get an emotional attachment to specific locations, which both of those things were a big part of Ping Pong. There's just so many great uses of color or texture or tone shifts or unique camera angles or really inventive imagery. This thing is just a smorgasbord of art. Now granted, obviously this video is about background, so I don't want to get too deep into the plot, and especially because that needs to be its own whole video, but a lot of the art and these backgrounds actually matter towards the feelings of our characters. In Tatami Galaxy, we see our main character here, Watashi, go episode after episode chasing after this perfect, ideal, rose-colored life, as he puts it, which it's really good writing. I'll get into it, but and whenever he's fantasizing about this perfect rose-colored ideal life, the backgrounds follow suit in visualizing that. It's shown as this vibrant pink sky just flooded with these pale pink cherry blossom petals. It's fantasizing about life in a rose-colored context. And it's a great usage of backgrounds to visualize the idea of a rose-colored life. And for a good chunk of the show, the episodes are episodic, because Watashi is going through a Groundhog's Day, repeat the same day again and again kind of thing. It always starts with him picking a specific college club to join. And from there, he fantasizes about how perfect and ideal his life will go from choosing this specific club. Everything goes great, he finds the perfect girlfriend, makes lots of friends, but then the actual episode plays out, and each time, it's the same result. It's not perfect, it doesn't end well, and it doesn't meet his expectations. And then as the episode ends, the time rewinds. And then the next episode, it's the exact same result, except he picks a different club this time. So for a good chunk of episodes, you're watching Watashi repeat these days, picking a college club, expecting the best, perfect, ideal version of what's gonna happen. It doesn't happen, and then he gets sent back in time, and then he repeats it again. But when we actually are in the real life episodes, each and every one of them, whether it's the tennis club, or the film club, or the cycling club, each of them get their own corresponding color palette to give them their own vibe and tone for that particular club. This will be important later. But after a few episodes of him going back in time, trying a new club, having all these great expectations for how perfect his life is gonna go, and then it doesn't, it dismays our boy, and he decides to just fully give up and just shut himself away in his tatami room. Not talk to anyone, not do anything, just exist. Just like any of us might do when a day doesn't go maybe as planned, or just things aren't really going right for you and you're feeling drained. We might be constantly thinking like, oh, if only I did this, if I didn't do that. Well, he did try every different club, and each time it was pretty much the same result. He had all these idealized, perfect expectations of how his life should go depending on these clubs. And realistically, it didn't go that way, and now he's given up. And it's because of him giving up that from here, he pretty much ends up in this prison of his own mind, which is visualized as this tatami room. And as the day goes on, he continues to wallow in his despair of not getting this rose-colored life. All the color of the tatami room that he puts himself into begins to drain. Everything goes black and white, and eventually the backgrounds go from being animated or anything like that or drawn into just being real life, what I'm guessing are snapshots. This is just a brilliant way to show a character's declining mental health. The walls of the tatami room only build as he sinks deeper into his sadness. But since this room is pretty much a metaphor more than anything, and it's more that he's just mentally defeated and probably depressed, it is up to him to drag himself out of this prison. And he starts doing this by breaking down the walls of the tatami room. And as he's breaking them down, he finds multiple different versions of the tatami rooms. And if you pay attention to the background art of these different rooms he reaches, you'll notice that while the rooms, yes, are laid out the same, the objects in them are all different. The items are all from the different clubs he went to. This room has a bunch of film stuff because this is a representation of when he tried the film club. There's one here full of tennis stuff from when he tried the tennis club. And there's the one from cycling from when you get it. These rooms are representations of his different metaphorical past lives, in a way signaling to us that it was never about the clubs he chose. Each one would lead him to the same place and give him the same results, because it's not about the clubs, it's all about his mindset. This is just such a great way to use scenery to emphasize your story. I love this shit. He does eventually break out of this prison and learns to appreciate life for what it is. He learns to stop stressing on the imperfections and instead enjoy the ride no matter what color it may be. Embrace the imperfections, learn from the mistakes, and live life for what it is, instead of wallowing on what it could have been, cursing the things we can't control. We see so much of this imaginary scenery of this rose-colored life that our boy so desperately wants. He's so focused on that he ends up ignoring all these beautiful different colors that made up the scenery. And in that wallowing, at his lowest point, all that color got stripped away. There is no such thing as a perfect rose-colored life. Life is made up of a bunch of colors. We shouldn't compare or sought after perfect, because often when we're searching for our perfect rose-colored life, we miss the time to smell the flowers and appreciate the many colors right in front of us. At least that's what I got from it, paying attention to the backgrounds and comparing them to what was said. Yeah. For our next two entries, we're going to be talking about some of our final Ghibli films, starting with 2013's The Wind Rises. And since the next two will be our final look at Ghibli backgrounds, I want to take the time to say just how amazing it is that these films can create these fantastical, imaginative, whimsical worlds while still feeling so real. And a lot of that comes from these worlds being based off real places, real life inspiring art. It's so crazy that this iconic shot from My Neighbor Totoro is a real place. Sure, I can't get into a cat bus, but at least I can stand where these characters were. This video has just filled me with so much wanderlust, dude. And that's important to mention because with The Wind Rises, it's probably the most realistic setting and story that Miyazaki has directed. But it still has moments that feel whimsical and imaginative. These backgrounds are art directed by, once again, our guy, Yuji Takashige. Once again, this film, of course, has the typical Ghibli background art beauty. Beautiful green fields full of gorgeously colored flowers. Beautiful green fields, the light breeze that makes the flowers dance in the sky as the clouds lightly pass by. The stunning, vibrant environments, and also terrifying destruction of scenery shots. Like this part of the movie that shows an earthquake, and we see it as the ground and all the houses literally being like lifted up. It's really fucking like scary. But I solely want to focus on the backgrounds of this film's dream sequences. A big theme in this film is the idea of dreams, and how at an early age having a dream could feel so pure and beautiful. But as we get older and we get a good idea of reality, those dreams start to contort. A big part of realizing a dream, I think, is coming to terms with the fact that achieving a dream doesn't solve everything, and it might not be as pure as you once thought. And this film's backgrounds in these dream sequences perfectly show that progression. Our boy Jiro here dreams of flight. He wants to design an airplane that will just soar through the skies. And throughout the film, we see his world of dreams, also known as the Kingdom of Dreams, where he's usually chilling there with his idol, Giovanni Battista Caproni. He's a famous airplane designer. And these sequences are always mesmerizing, with these golden, iridescently lit clouds that it can only exist in a dream. I love this part where Jiro grabs his plane like a paper airplane and sends it away. Oh, that is whimsical as fuck. And the first time we see him having this dream of flying this plane he created at the very beginning of the film, it's breathtaking. Everything about this dream is pure, it's innocent, it's wholesome, it's a beautiful dream. The plane just elegantly soaring through these clouds. As they pass by all this greenery, the shade follows until the entire field is lit and covered by the sun. And through these backgrounds, we completely resonate with Jiro throughout the film, trying to achieve this dream. But as the film goes on, we slowly see this simple dream get tainted by the darkness of reality, as he knows his plane is going to be used for war, and his fiancée is slowly passing away from disease. But yet he continues to keep working at his dream. And when it's time to go see his test flight, his fiancée tells him to go, even though she knows she doesn't have much longer to live. And while he accomplishes his dream, as his plane does soar through the sky and fly like a dream, fuck that dialogue, man. He misses the passing of his fiancée. Thus, he accomplished his dream, but at what cost? And the movie ends with another dream sequence where its backgrounds really personify that question. It's the same place of where he had his first dream at the beginning of the film, but the backgrounds look different. They're not as pure as they once were, as now this once innocent dream is tainted with reality. You see these beautiful airplanes he designed soaring through the sky, but under them are giant smoke clouds of destruction, and on the floor are just piles upon piles of destroyed, ravaged plane parts, as his dream aircraft is being used for war, for evil. And then we get another shot of his plane once again soaring through the sky like a beautiful dream. But then it's his wife letting him know to keep on living. But then as she fades away, we get this final scenery shot of the umbrella she was holding fade. You see, earlier in the film, she actually dropped her umbrella and it got swept away by the wind, and Jiro was there to catch it. But since he was pursuing his dream and wasn't there to see his wife pass, he's no longer able to catch that umbrella. What once was such a purely innocent dream at the beginning of the film, the movie now ends with a dream that is far more complicated. And these backgrounds beautifully convey that contrasting feeling of beauty and horror, or a dream and a nightmare. And it's really great usage of backgrounds to deliver on those harrowing ass themes. And since we talked about the final Miyazaki directed film, let's talk about the final Isao Takahata directed film, 2013's The Tale of Princess Kaguya. And this is also the last time, at least as of now, that we will see Kazuo Oga as art director. It's kind of crazy how far we've come with our boy Oga. We've been talking about him since what, like the 70s? Something I also find interesting about Oga in general is that despite how obviously beautiful his work is when he does art direct, with stuff like Princess Mononoke and Wicked City as perfect examples, or even the stuff we didn't talk about, like how he art directed My Neighbor Totoro. But for the most part, most of his credits are just him chilling in the background team. But it's clear to me that regardless, he thrives there and he makes an impact. And just looking at all these credits, he has had such an amazing career. He is clearly one of the GOATs. But before I get into the great work he did on this film's backgrounds, I want to talk a little bit about Takahata's philosophy while making this film. For many years, I wanted to improve on the simplistic flat plane image of cell animation, but I didn't want to solve this by going into the 3D CG method of three-dimensionality. I wanted to solve this by a method of reduction, of not drawing everything on screen in order to simulate people's imagination and raise the level of artistry. And this film clearly shows that, not just with backgrounds, but with everything, through this very impressionistic shading, color, and art style, over a heavy focus on detail. Everything about this film, and especially its backgrounds, is delicate, like a flower petal. It's elegant, it's calming to look at, which helps the story that is narratively an epic feel intimate. Kaguya is a sort of retelling of a Japanese folktale, the tale of the bamboo cutter. And I think this style is a perfect fit for such a ancient story. Everything here was hand-drawn and done with ink art and charcoal outlines. You can see all the brush strokes of the beautiful watercolors, which are harder to work with than your typical poster colors, and thus more costly. But it completely works for this film's aesthetic. It helps evoke those ancient stories that this film's narrative comes from. And knowing that Kazuo Oga is a, Kobayashi student, I couldn't help but be reminded of Kobayashi's work when I saw how sometimes things in the backgrounds will have colors that go completely out of the line, or at times don't even look like fully colored in. There's still white spaces everywhere. The colors of the backgrounds are also used really well to convey the tone and emotions of certain scenes. You'll get moments of the film that hinge on an atmosphere that feels cheerfully nostalgic. and thus the backgrounds are painted with a rainbow of colors. Lots of just vibrant greens and pinks and yellows. It's gorgeous. But then you'll get moments where the atmosphere is supposed to be more somber, and thus the backgrounds are then painted in muted blues and dark greens. Nothing here is restrained. Everything is loose and free. Another reason that this style for the film itself and the backgrounds work so well is because Japanese folktales, at least from what I've read or have seen from adaptations of them, they often don't end happily. And a lot of the atmosphere, I've noticed, usually tinges on things like melancholy. And thus this film also has these moments that depict tragedy and sadness. And this style and the watercolors of these backgrounds helps with that. Because if something is delicate like a flower petal, it's loose and free, that also means it's fragile and can break and contort very easily. But the most important scene in this film, not only when it comes to backgrounds, but the whole philosophy behind choosing this art style and the ability to capture emotion through animation, comes from this iconic running scene. This beautifully chaotic shot, which is basically a oil painting. As it progresses, Kaguya becomes a mere blob of paint and the background art takes center stage. There's lots of heavy charcoal and harsh, rough lines, and lots of muted blacks and grays. It almost feels like as the scene goes on, we're seeing the background art slowly devolve in terms of production. Starting here, it looks like a full-on finished oil painting, but by the end, it looks like we're looking at the sketch phase of this run. It's so expressive, it's so beautiful, it's a marvel of animation, but also it conveys so much emotion. We don't need to know through dialogue that Kaguya here is frustrated. The brash edge and lines of the background art convey that to us, both capturing the movement and the feelings of Kaguya. And it does exactly what Takahata wanted when choosing to make this film look like this. Because if they did go with the route of making it extremely photorealistic as they could with, CG and things like that, it would never have the same emotional response than it would using this fragile art style. And it would never have that feeling that Takahata spoke of in that quote. That feeling where the art leaves room for interpretation. Much like how paintings have that ability to stir up feelings in us just by looking at them, this art style and its backgrounds are used in the exact same way, while simultaneously capturing the style of an ancient era. Needless to say, this is a drop-dead gorgeous example of anime backgrounds. Our next example of scenery porn comes from 2013's A Lull in the Sea. These backgrounds were art directed by Kazuki Higashiji, who art directed backgrounds on pretty similar looking anime, if you know what I mean. He art directed the backgrounds for Charlotte and Angel Beats. You see what I mean, right? He also assisted art directed the backgrounds for Satoshi Kon's Paprika. He's been in the scene since the late 90s. So this is another anime where we have basically a two kind of world structure. One of a surface world and one of the underwater city. So before we get into the more magical based city, let's just look at the regular town. This sweet, homey seaside port town. It's basically inside a mountain, so the whole village is covered in moss and greenery. We of course have these beautiful windmills that add such a sense of place. And one detail that really makes this location feel real and lived in, you'll notice almost every surface in this town is either corroded or scuffed or covered in rust. Because the town so closely neighbors a large body of water, the effects of the ocean air and constant exposure of water affect the town this way. You see it everywhere, on the windmills, on the buildings, on the boats, even on this little mic stand thing. That little detail does it all. It adds a visual flair, it adds a certain atmosphere, and it's narrative through visuals. And another cool thing about this surface world is that it's actually inspired by a real place. Pretty much directly ripped from the Mai Prefecture on the Honshu Island of Japan. As you can see from this comparison of the Hasuda train station, it's great stuff, but you know why we're here. For us, of course, to take a deep dive into the magical, enchanting, tranquil underwater city of Shichiro. It is just beautifully surrounded by technicolor coral and flora and seaweed. The trees all have this weighed down look, and the architecture is all in this pearl white color. The windmills here immediately give me Ghibli vibes. One of the coolest details is the school of fish just swimming around, but it's framed in a way to kind of mimic how a flock of birds would fly around in the surface world. All of this, along with just this beautiful color palette, one makes this place have this sense of identity, but also just makes it feel so otherworldly and fantastical. But here's the thing, this location's architecture is also based off a real place. It's based off Santorini in the Cyclades Islands, and god fucking damn it, there's the Wanderlust again. I just added another place to the endless checklist of places I have to visit now. I mean, of course, it's not gonna be as fantastical or magical as Shichiro, but still, look at this place with this sunset, oh my god. And we have big thanks to give to the art director Kazuki for giving us this beautiful location. Not only thanking him just because, you know, for drawing this beautiful scenery, but also because it almost didn't look like this. According to an interview with the director, Toshiya Shinohara, initially, much like the surface world, they were also going to make the underwater city also a more traditional Japanese looking kind of place. But then they specifically saw a oil painting done by the art director Kazuki back in his school days, which had these inspired by the Cyclades white buildings, which then inspired them to make their location actually based off Santorini. This is why we appreciate these art directors, man! The next anime we're going to talk about is 2013's The Eccentric Family. Oh my god, I've talked about 4 back-to-back 2013 anime. Was that a good year for anime? I mean, at least background-wise, there's some pretty solid backgrounds, but I don't know. Huh. These backgrounds were art directed by Yusuke Takeda, who was one of the names that I was thinking of adding because he's done some really great stuff since the 80s, but I found it hard to fit him in any other decade besides this one. He was on the background team for things like Patlabor and Ava, but especially in the 2000s, he was art directing some amazing stuff. He was the art director for these beautiful grand cityscapes in Ghost in the Shell standalone complex, and the virtual world of SAO. While yes, a terrible anime, I can't lie, the world of SAO does look really pretty, and we have him to thank for that. But the work he and the rest of the background team did here is... Hold on, No, I already used that. It's bootylicious. We will be covering visuals from Season 1 and 2 as it is predominantly the exact same team. This anime takes place in the elegant city of Kyoto, so you get a beautiful mix of both historical Japanese landmarks like your temples and your shrines, but also more modern architecture as this does take place in more present day. So you also get skyscrapers and shopping areas. But while having a very accurate portrayal of Kyoto, it also romanticizes it and adds a magical flair to it all. For starters, the color palette just immediately tells me that they probably took real photos of Kyoto and then just romanticized the fuck out of it, adding this idealized color palette of these warm reds and oranges. It's such an inviting and enticing color palette. Same goes for the more moody purples and blues that come around in the dusk time of the anime. And adding more to the romanticized, idealized version of Kyoto, there's also just always a great amount of cherry blossom trees. While in real life, cherry blossom trees only come every so often, in this anime it feels like they're always around filling the scenery. And they look amazing in Eccentric Family's like gentle, quirky art style. And it's just another beautiful pop of color to add to the warm, enticing palette. All of this adds so much to this series in particular because it feels just as alive as the little mischievous tanukis and other fantasy creatures that inhabit the city throughout the anime. It's a respectful yet whimsical depiction of Kyoto. But one of the coolest things that they did with this anime to really add to this sense of reality in place is with the series episode bumpers. Basically, right before the commercials, they would go into this bumper showing a Google Maps coordinate picture, which was a coordinate of the general area that the characters in the anime currently were. Which, I mean, if you're gonna go out and, scout these photos and really try to capture this place, this is such a great idea for you to, like, in a sense, like, here, look at this beautiful place that we want to show off in our anime. But it also helps the anime's locations feel even more grounded. I can definitely imagine if you live in Kyoto, you could, after the episode, go to these coordinates and actually physically be where the characters were, and that's so cool. And we actually have an interview with the director Masayuki Yoshihara that explains how Kyoto is so accurately depicted in the Eccentric Family. As you'd expect, there was a scouting trip. Basically, him and the whole team just lived in Kyoto for a month to really soak in the air of this city. And I'm not surprised at all at the great amount of little events that happened in Kyoto that featured this anime because of the great respect it showed to the city of Kyoto. Some of these events even took place in the real locations from the anime. For example, the Shimogamo Shrine. A cool thing I found was that after their event for this anime, it was said that the series helped to raise the awareness on Kyoto's attractions, which apparently led to an increase in tourism and just overall improved the Kyoto brand. Ultimately, this series is another great example of the power of background, as it's not just the backdrop for the action that happens in the anime, it's unquestionably a character in this series that went on to help the real city it was based off of. And that's just awesome. I don't know how else to say it. I also want to point out that Yusuke Takeda, the art director, is still working greatly in backgrounds today. One of the most notable things was that in 2019, he was the art director for Vinland Saga's backgrounds. Yeah, it's great stuff. I promise this will be the last 2013 anime I talk about. There is quite a few anime that have taken place in a version of New York. You have Love Live, which depicted it in this very loving, shining, sparkling version. You also have Baccano's depicting of it during the Prohibition era. But the one I wanted to talk about is the depiction of New York in 2015's Blood Blockade Battlefront. After an interdimensional rift opens in New York, now humans coexist along with aliens and all kinds of other creatures. And New York is altered into this more retro-futuristic take on it. And with such a melting pot of people, the city reflects on that vibe. It's just as hyperactive and chaotic as its people while having a very grungy atmosphere. Helped, of course, by this eternal fog that's always in the city pretty much. This, alongside the many shots of destruction or rubble, and the many background shots of the citizens just living their daily lives. You'll see basketball games in the background. You'll see street performers. It helps the city feel like a breathing, living, and constantly moving place. But if you've noticed a recurring thing that happens with these anime that have these beautifully, highly detailed depictions of cityscapes, is that the only thing that's even more highly detailed is the scenes where it gets all fucked up. Everything from the graveyards to the churches to the brightly lit theme parks and the towering skyscrapers. Nothing is safe. Things are constantly being destroyed in this anime's backgrounds. And the art director who depicted this highly detailed city that would then get extremely destroyed is someone who actually makes a lot of sense. It's our previously mentioned boy, Shinji Kimura. Yes, the same guy we talked about earlier in the 2000s who did the film Steam Boy. Another anime with completely different architecture, but again, a vast cityscape that then gets destroyed. And I just want to take a moment to appreciate this dude's resume. As of course, we have mentioned that he is yet another student that worked under Kobayashi. They all become goats. They all do great shit, you know. Even outside of the great stuff that he's just been on the background team for, things like Akira or Angel's Egg or Totoro. I've noticed that in the anime that this guy has art directed the backgrounds for, he has just this knack for creating stunning cityscapes. Just these industrial backgrounds that are claustrophobic with detail. You got the things we covered, like his beautiful work on Steam Boy and also Blood Blockade Battlefront, but even the things we won't talk about in this video. For example, he was responsible for art directing the backgrounds for the Blue Exorcist film. And just look at this cityscape. And if you think that's good, he also art directed the cityscape in the movie Tenkon Krinkri. Look at this shit! And he just continues to do that great work here on Blood Blockade Battlefront. Overall though, this entry is here for me to say that when it comes to anime cityscapes, this is your guy in the anime background scene. I would find it weird if we talked about 2010's anime without talking about an isekai. But granted, it's an isekai that's a little different. We're talking about Grimgar, Ashes, and Illusions. As I said, this is a very different isekai series, even if we're just looking at the background art and visuals alone. The backgrounds here go for a very gentle and soft, painterly look. Just look at these fucking backgrounds. They're asking to be used as wallpapers. The way the sun bathes the scenery as it peeks through the many trees and structures. The caves are deep and filled with all these glowing minerals. The towns are filled with people, and thus almost every individual room is stuffed with a bunch of background details. The night sky is glittering with all these stars and this shattered crimson moon. And it wouldn't be amazing fantasy background art without ruins covered in moss, baby. That's my shit. Countless times the backgrounds in this anime look like moving paintings and almost look more like concept art. And for some that may mean that, oh, it kind of looks unfinished. But I don't know, for me, I've always really enjoyed that aesthetic that concept art tends to be in, where it isn't pristine or completely finalized. Way more freeform, way more expressive, and way more weightless. And most importantly, it's an aesthetic that fits its series. I find it hilarious that when I was looking at backgrounds for the show and I was watching the show, I caught myself thinking that this fantasy setting might just, neck and neck right there, a Record of Lodoss War might be better, only to then find out that the art director of Grimgar's backgrounds is Hidetoshi Kaneko, the same art director from Record of Lodoss War and all these other great projects. Can we say he's a GOAT? I think he's a GOAT at this point. He's a GOAT. Something that's really wonderful about the world in these backgrounds is the small scale of it, and the way it's treated with such reality. There's plenty examples of anime with fantasy worlds that are huge and vast and full of varied locations. And that's great, but don't let that fool you into thinking smaller worlds aren't as compelling. It's not better or worse, just different, and with difference comes unique strengths. Grimgar's backgrounds, while being small scale, while having very recurring locations, almost any location visited in this anime, they feel lived in. They feel fleshed out. This anime treats isekai, getting sent to a fantasy world in a very realistic way, where being an adventurer is treated like a job. What you're seeing episode to episode is a typical log from an adventurer's journey. And with that comes the realities of trying to find a place to sleep or trying to make sure you have enough money to buy food. So the reason you tend to see very reoccurring backgrounds in locations like this tavern that the characters often visit is because realistically, as an adventurer, it would make sense to go back to routinely safe locations, such as a familiar tavern or town. These are adventurers' safe spaces, after all, and with these places being the backdrop to so many moments, both good and bad, the backgrounds become much more than just backgrounds. They become more familiar and homey and comfortable. They become much more personal to not only the characters, but then to us. We, just like these characters, grow accustomed to these comfortable dwellings. Overall, I love the backgrounds in this series, and I would say that art style wise, they even surpass Record of Lodoss War for me. But, really unfortunate news. These are the final backgrounds, art directed by Kaneko and his team altogether. After they finished up work on this anime, they would officially announce that they will be closing down as a background studio. The main reason being that Kaneko, their main art director, was going through health issues. He would take a hiatus, and unfortunately he would pass in 2019, which is super unfortunate, and I am forever grateful that I'm able to just express my love for his art direction on multiple anime and his background work in general. From Battle Angel to Trigun to Record of Lodoss War to Technolize to this, and all these other projects that him and his studio had their hands on. I wish, much like I did before with Makuo, I could link you maybe an art book of his or something, but from everything I can find, they seem to be mostly sold out. But I hope that through this video, I gave you an appreciation for the great work that him and his team were able to do throughout these decades. Thank you, Kaneko, for all your amazing work and passion. Okay, so this next one, kind of a big deal. Coming into this, I knew that there was at least a good number of anime that are kind of quintessential to the conversation about of backgrounds. The anime that when you say anime backgrounds, that anime comes to your head. Like Ghibli, like Akira, like Ghost in the Shell. This next one is very much one of those. I'm talking about 2017's Made in Abyss. Something that's really cool about this series is that upon it coming out, almost anyone that was talking about it was first and foremost talking about how beautiful the background art was. Immediately when I started this anime, the backgrounds were already giving me similar vibes to the other things that I really enjoy. I don't know if it's confirmed, but I think Iko is a pretty huge influence on this whole thing. I mean, look at these character designs, dude. But it can also be felt in the backgrounds, in the scenery, the scale of things compared to the characters. Another thing you can pretty quickly compare this vibe to is Ghibli films, which we will make sense of later. But this series revolves around discovery, adventure, exploring. So it would make sense that the world in these backgrounds should immerse you, it should draw you in. You should feel like the characters, having this feeling of wanting to explore the world. And there's plenty of things that these backgrounds do to entice you into the world. One of the things we talked about earlier is just the great scale of everything in the background. You'll see plenty of shots in slow, vertical pans, showing off awe-inspiring cliffs and waterfalls with clouds just flowing by, and our characters just minuscule, little ghibli. But it also does a great balancing of having the backgrounds be beautiful, but also give a sense of a fear. Look at this vast landscape shot with the abyss just dead in the center. It perfectly threads that line of whimsical Ghibli-like wanderlust, but also extremely ominous and almost oppressive. For those of you who maybe haven't seen the series, this is the Abyss, which is this gargantuan 7-layer tunnel cave system that many characters of the show go down into to explore its many depths. The first layer is mostly harmless, not a lot of danger comes here. There's lots of greenery and dirt paths and beautiful views of clouds, giant trees with sunlight poking through and beautiful white flowers. And from here, each layer gets more dangerous and more diverse in aesthetic. You'll see giant, oversized tropical forests, where single leaves are these huge in scale trees next to our characters. You have another layer that's a inverted forest with the purple haze in the air. This is so fucking cool. Has nobody, thought of taking a forest and flipping it upside down before this? You have areas that are mostly just waterfalls with paths made of crystallized bones. This place is called the Sea of Corpses. I just realized a lot of the areas in this world feel like Souls areas. It's like when I said Sea of Corpses, I just imagine the fucking Dark Souls font logo thing when you come into an area. There's another layer with mostly yellow, rocky terrain. Lots of moss and high sunlight, and there's just ruins everywhere. But nothing there is structured normally. Everything is sporadic. Some parts are completely upside down. Some parts are diagonal. There's spikes poking out everywhere. But my favorite layer of the Abyss has to be the fourth. There's this hot mist in the air that comes from these, I guess, giant mushroom islands that have hot water in them. And you can see it all just water falling off of it. Growing on these, you can see spikes and other little mushrooms. When I saw this, I was immediately reminded of that one area in Breath of the Wild. But there's even more beautiful scenery in this layer. Not only do you have this beautiful white flower-filled greenery graveyard, but also this field of just white flowers. This is peak beauty in the backgrounds of this anime. Like I said, this anime's backgrounds are a masterclass of balancing horror and beauty. Much like how we could still feel the fear and oppressiveness of the earlier levels that were more safe and obviously beautiful, here at this fourth level, which canonically in the story is supposed to be a level of no return, we still find these little pockets of beauty. Let's go into a little detail about the people behind these backgrounds. The main art director of these backgrounds is Osamu Masuyama, and if you look at his previous work, it's pretty obvious where the Ghibli feel comes from. He did background art on things like Spirited Away, Tales of Earthsea, and even Howl's Moving Castle. And check this out. During those productions, he was so good that he impressed our other GOAT that we've talked about, Nizo Yamamoto. And from that, Nizo asked him to be an assistant art director on one of his projects, which was the anime Girl Who Leapt Through Time. But the story gets even more interesting because you would think, starting out doing background art on Ghibli, gets picked up by a GOAT to be an assistant art director. You would think from here he would make his own studio and be art direct a bunch of other cool shit. And while he did make his own background studio, he, for the most part, just kind of chilled in the background art team, letting other members of his team shine on as art directors. In the meantime, he was writing books about background art, he was doing lectures, and even teaching classes to help others hone their skills. And it's actually here in Made in Abyss that he decided to make his grand return to art directing backgrounds. And boy, was it a return. These backgrounds are breathtaking. Him and his team had the impossibly difficult task of illustrating all 7 of these different layers of the abyss, each with different weather, terrain, creatures, and atmosphere. And we have Masuyama and the team to thank for not only being able to bring all these different layers of the abyss into anime form, but also making the backgrounds in a way that makes this world feel real and dangerous and beautiful. Our next entry is another anime that's pretty well known for its backgrounds and its whole vibe. 2017's Girls' Last Tour. These backgrounds were art directed by Masakazu Miyake, who's been the art director for things like Log Horizon and more recently Mushoku Tensei. The series kinda has a similar vibe to Yokohama Shopping Log that we talked about earlier. Granted, its world is far more post-apocalyptic. This bitch is basically a nuclear winter, but a quiet, peaceful one. While these backgrounds are full of rustic, decaying metal puzzle-like pipes that drip with water, undone screws and bolts that creak and rattle in the darkness, rotting military equipment, weapons, and vehicles all blanketed under a thick layer of snow, just these abandoned concrete jungles powered by tech from long-lost civilizations. Factories, huge turbines, maze-like cities, and structures that just add this sense of scale that I've talked enough about throughout this video. This world visually is a never-ending graveyard, with an emphasis on muted colors and huge shadows, saturated lighting with desaturated colors, lots of grays and blues and blacks and whites. It is a very beautifully realized, lived-in apocalyptic world that the background team, with their choices on color and tones and shots, gracefully elevated the source material. And the thing is, our two leading ladies here, they're not trying to solve the problem or trying to figure out how to fix the world. They're not even in like great despair or anything like that. If anything, they are content. And these backgrounds work so well for a series about these two girls just living their little slice of life adventure in a post-apocalypse. Everything about these backgrounds, the color, the scale, the vibes, it's all there to make this world feel bleak. Because when you have a world that's so dead and so gray and dingy and Doomer-esquely bleak, it makes you cling to these characters and their relationship and their intimacy as your only source of light in this existentially drab world. It strengthens the genuine joy our characters feel. They find happiness despite the world, which only makes that happiness feel more intimate and special because it's in the face of dread. It's fucking surrounded by it. Which is why I think it was super appropriate that the very first scene you see in this anime takes place in a completely pitch black factory. Once again, it's sterile, it's cold, it's bleak, and the only light you see is the light that they shine. The relationship between these characters and the world in these backgrounds is where the atmosphere of Girls' Last Tour comes from. Before we get into the actual anime, I want to talk a little bit about the background studio behind it. So there's this anime called Seraph of the End, right? For me, it's a pretty decent 6 out of 10, you know? But one thing that always stuck out to me about this anime were the backgrounds. Not only are they obviously stunning, but if you have a keen eye, you might notice that these are hand-drawn. Now, earlier in the video, that wouldn't really matter. That'd be like how it is. But by this year of 2015, that is like rare. All anime backgrounds at this point were pretty much completely done digitally. But yet here, everything's hand-drawn. And this is mainly due to the background team behind it. The background studio known as Studio Pablo, who are fairly new to the industry. Their studio was only founded in 2008. And I'm going to bring up more of their projects after this because they do great stuff. And there's this interview where they talk about being a background studio and the craft of making backgrounds. But my favorite part of that interview is when the interviewer asks one of the Studio Pablo members basically why they insist on using hand-drawn backgrounds for a lot of their projects. And their response is basically, we fuck with them. Studio Pablo is a background studio that has done some amazing work on projects like the magical and whimsical world of Little Witch Academia. They also did the backgrounds for Kill la Kill, and of course the previously mentioned Seraph of the End. making a pretty mid anime just that much more elevated. All throughout this anime is just stunning background work. From the oppressive gothic architecture of the vampire world that like immediately takes me back to like the Vampire Hunter D films, to the just devastatingly beautiful depictions of a ruined Shibuya and Shinjuku. Just based off the works they've done on a project, I would say that in these recent decades, you should always look to what Studio Pablo is going to do next. And to show even more why you should pay attention to what they're doing, we gotta talk about one of their peaks when it comes to anime backgrounds. And now for the final anime that we will be looking at the backgrounds of. Holy shit, I never thought I'd get to the point where I'd say that. I thought the best way to end this is to circle back to where we started by talking about a remake of an anime from the 60s. I'm talking about 2019's Dororo. It's so cool to see these comparisons of an anime that was out in the 60s and now has a newer, updated version. Obviously, this video is about background art, and the change is quite drastic there too. But also, just in general, it's cool to go through this journey and see how far anime as a art form has come. We talked about how even in the 60s, anime was starting to, make more darker stories, and Dororo was one of them. And while the backgrounds there did a good job of delivering on that more darker tone and aesthetic, it's here in 2019 that we see it in its full dark beauty. Very fittingly, I think, going for a more 90s kind of anime. I mean, they even got Kazuhiro Furuhashi to direct this thing, which for those of you who don't know, when it comes to anime directors from the 90s, this is like the guy, as he directed things like the OG Hunter x Hunter, but also Rurouni Kenshin, so yeah. And the art director of these backgrounds is a newer name, Mari Fujino, and she is from Studio Pablo. And as we talked about, Studio Pablo is one of the studios that actually enjoys doing background art the more traditional way.
And I think for a series like this,
one that's going for a more 90s type of anime, I think that's a very appropriate and beautiful choice for the backgrounds. And it helps the backgrounds feel so textured and full of atmosphere and just feel lived in. Looking at both Seraph of the End and this, I think it goes to show that there is still a place for more traditionally hand-drawn and hand-colored backgrounds. And that's not to say there's anything wrong with things like digipaint or CG or digital elements in general. I talked about plenty of anime backgrounds in this video that benefited from those type of things. But I'm more just saying that with progression doesn't mean we can't use certain things from the past. And some of the backgrounds that Studio Pablo has delivered on, I think, goes to show that. Because much like how digital elements can be used well for backgrounds, same can still be done with hand painting. In this case, fitting this series perfectly. The best thing we can hope for is a harmony between them. And I really appreciate Studio Pablo for continuing to do backgrounds in these ways. Despite the, I'm sure, difficulty and probably more time that it takes. But it's thanks to it that we get these painterly backgrounds that just look like they were done all on a canvas. And the oranges and yellows look so warm and inviting. The sun just shining a slight light to add to its vibrancy. I love seeing the rolling feudal mountains of Japan, but now painted in a blotchy, watercolored, muted green. The color palettes, while being beautiful, feel very grounded and realistic. And there's something about the texture of the backgrounds and like this, what seems like a grayscale over everything that really gives the vintage feel to this series. I'm so much more immersed here. And I think that goes to show just how much background art can impact a series. And I'm gonna be honest, I think I've said that enough times in this video. That's right, folks, we have reached the end of our journey through the decades. But before we end, I want to take a pretty quick look at 2020 and on and what it instores for backgrounds. Both in terms of cool background aesthetics and both names old and new still working today. Yuji Takashige is still art directing for Ghibli, as he just art directed that new Ghibli movie, and on the background team is also Kazuo Oga. Chainsaw Man was probably one of the most popular anime upon release, and these backgrounds were actually art directed by a fella that we've been talking about, Yusuke Takeda, who I think is a very good fit for Chainsaw Man's backgrounds. And I mean, he did Vinland Saga's backgrounds, he also did the 2 openings of JJK. Another veteran that we talked about still doing great work today is Junichi Higashi. You'll remember we talked about him art directing things like Escaflowne and Cowboy Bebop. Yeah, this guy is still killing it today. He is the art director not only for the first season of Jujutsu Kaisen's backgrounds, but he's now doing the second season too. Another name you'll probably remember that's still doing work today is Hiromasa Ogura. He did Ninja Scroll, he did Ghost in the Shell, all these amazing works here. And most recently he's art directing the backgrounds for a newer anime coming out, Hikaru no Ao? English name is The Fire Hunter. You remember our boy Shinji Kimura, the guy who's amazing at making anime cityscapes? He's also still doing some great projects to this day, and he's still killing it in the anime cityscape department, as he's also the art director for 2020's Doro Hedoro. And yeah, what did you expect? It's a detailed, gritty cityscape, and it looks great. He's behind it. Another name I think pretty important to the most recent years of anime backgrounds that we didn't cover too much is Masanobu Nomura. While he got his start in the late 90s, I really feel he's come into his own in terms of background art more recently. He was the art director for 2022's Cyberpunk Edgerunners. But even more impressive is his art directing on the backgrounds for Keep Your Hands Off Aizuken, which wow. This anime in general is basically a love letter to animation, and with that comes an appreciation of beautiful background art. And the last name I want to mention is someone who I just mentioned, Mari Fujino from Studio Pablo. If you love what she did on Dororo, she's still killing it to this day. She does some beautiful, minimally styled art direction on 2021's Sunny Boy. I think anime backgrounds are looking more promising than ever, with rapidly growing unique styles and just ways to portray different worlds. But unfortunately, I can't talk about anime backgrounds without talking about a heavy loss that we had pretty recently. As of August 25th, 2022, the animation industry suffered a heavy loss of Shichiro Kobayashi at 89 of congestive heart failure. I would hope by this point of the video, with everything we've covered, that we all understand how monumental of a loss this is. This is a guy who's been illustrating anime world since the basically beginning of anime serialization. He started out at Toei in 1964, only a year after Astro Boy was released. And through interviews with him, like this great one from Toko Toko on YouTube, you can tell that to him, this isn't just a job. Art is who he is, it's in his DNA. He, even after retiring, continued to spend every day pursuing his passion. He is truly an artist in every sense of the word. Art directing masterpiece backgrounds after masterpiece backgrounds. Nobody's Boy Remi, Venus Wars, Cagliostro, Utena, Berserk, Orphan, Windy Tales, Cantabile, I could go on all day. And after opening his own background studio in 1968, I'm sure you noticed everyone that worked under him or learned from him went on to do some goated shit in the background scene. Look at these names, look at their credits, they all started working under Kobayashi. Mizutani went on to art direct Akira. Ogura went on to art direct Ghost in the Shell. Shinji Kimura is like the cityscape guy, he art directed all this shit. Kazuo Oga went on to do a bunch of goated shit. Look at these! They all started under Kobayashi. And that's not me trying to take away from their skill, their artistry. I just want to stress how influential and important he was to the background scene. His work and influence is damn near unrivaled. He is the goat of goats. And though he is no longer with us, his work, his influence, his passion will live on in the many worlds he so beautifully painted in eternity.
今日はお疲れ様でした。小林七郎でした。または古い作品でもお会いできればなお幸いです。では失礼します。さようなら。
真っ白にな。
If you would like to show support to his work, there's plenty of art books by him that you can buy. I'll leave all the links down below, and if I can, I'll pop one up here. I hope that through this video I was able to shine a light on these unsung heroes in anime production, and show the many reasons why backgrounds are so important to anime. I hope after this video you'll remember these names, maybe even pay attention more to the people behind the things you love. I've kind of always lived by the idea that if you love something, you should love it with everything you got. Be passionate about it. Learn everything you can about it. Make a fucking 4-hour video essay on it. And if you're at this point of the video, I can at least assume that you kinda like anime. So why not try to pay attention to the people behind the things you love? Through understanding it more, we can love it harder. And if you have come this far, I want to thank you so much for watching, both my viewers and newcomers alike. If you like what you saw today, you can always leave me a like and a subscribe. I'll always appreciate that. And the best way you can support me is by signing up for my Patreon. If you don't care about rewards and just want to support your boy and help me keep my lights on, you can do it as low as just giving me 3 beans. But if you're an absolute mad lad and also want a pixel art character like these people, you could become a Pitstopper. If you are at the very top tier of my Patreon, you get a once a week stream where you join with me as I study for certain topics that I'm gonna make videos about. But also after 3 months of being there, you get a pixel art character that shows up at the end of all my videos like these people. And speaking of Pitstoppers, we have a few new 3-month people I have to add in. We got our boy Sleep Drifter here, who honestly has one of my new favorites for this. Having this little robot guy who's just fishing. I don't know. There's something whimsical about that shit, and I fuck with it. We got our boy Swift Cannon here, who has a Fire Sonic. Next up, we got Daz Weird Boy. His is just a mixture of all these really cool things. So his character is Itadori, but he's wearing the Guts banquet attire, and he's doing this like Gojo squatting like pose. Really cool mixture of things. I really fuck with this one. And we got another contender for one of my favorites with One Whack Man. And his is based off Marvelous Chester from Dark Souls 1, but very fittingly, he gave him the Hunter's Axe from Blood Bowl. And it came out really fucking cool. I love this one. And then we got Lucifer the Human. And this is actually just his character, but he's wearing Vash the Stampede's ever stylish trench coat, but it's in purple. Super cool. And then we got Captain Khan, who did fucking Conti from Fooly Cooly, one of my favorite anime ever. Fucking cool. And then finally we have Renzo Bond. And for his, he mixed Yusuke's outfit, but with Gon's hair. And instead of that green highlight, he changed it to purple. Also, shout out to all of you who are either playing video games or drawing some amazing art while you're listening to this. I hope that throughout this video, as I was talking about backgrounds, you at least sometimes peeked at your second monitor to see what I was talking about. And also, shout out to all of you who sleep to my vids, you know? Even for the ones who don't hear me right now because they're in Mimi's mode, you know, I still love you, and here's a little kiss on your forehead, and you'll sleep tight. Well, it's finally time to say the line, isn't it? Thank you all so much for coming to this little pit stop on the corner of the internet. Peace. I can finally stop researching anime backgrounds and talking about them. I need to go outside. It's been a while.